Boo.
Jesus Christ, Grant, I thought you were dying.
Language, Rosie.
If you want revolution, you must have slaughter on your mind.
Hey, surprise, surprise, eh?
The two sides of the same coin. Take my word.
Calling Union Star. Union Star.
There's nothing wrong with me as I am.
What are you asking for? My confession?
Just the truth.
I'm going to try and not get emotional about this because I am actually quite sad that this is my last game.
We'll just have a couple of minutes, then we'll get out on the pitch.
Let's finish this season on a high. And let's set yourselves up for a good season next year. But yeah, no, last game of the season.
Let's enjoy it, yeah? Don't take that 50% shot. Let's make sure we've got a shortly retain it, pass it around, get yourself off and get a drink, get yourself back on, let's just manage the side. We're in a strong position. All we're looking to do, get results. Just have patience, perspective, 100% effort all the way through.
Well, welcome along to Trent Park here as Southgate with this vastly ambitious and fabulous day for English hockey host a magnificent day of action here as, of course, the England Hockey Vitality Women's Conference East clash between Southgate Hockey Club and Bishop Stortford starts in about 15 minutes time. It's going to be a massive match. Southgate top of the Eastern Conference. Bishop Stortford currently bottom, but they did win against local rivals Chelmsford just a few weeks ago. That gives them a real bit of hope of staying in a league which they got promoted to for the first time very, very recently. In fact, last year. It has been a day of fabulous action. Players from 13 to 85 years of age involved, and we saw Southgate 4's men's team against London Wayfarers Vikings. Over on the second pitch, the women's 5s played West Hampstead women's 5s. That started at midday. And then a fabulous match between Southgate men's 2s, very high scoring, and West Herts 1s. Over on the second pitch were the men's 5s against Winchmore Hill and Enfield in a real local clash there. But then coming up, Southgate against Bishop Stortford in the Women's Eastern Conference, Vitality Eastern Conference. And then in National 1, Southgate and Old Louts both chasing promotion back to the big time. Of course, Southgate have won the National League, the Premier Division, one of the founding members, 4 times in their history. Southgate and Old Louts will cap off this day, where what Southgate are looking to do is to set a record for the domestic National League attendance record. It is a hugely ambitious day. People are down here to enjoy all the action. Now, just to have a quick look at the teams for this opening match between Southgate. Molly Smith in goal, Elisa Filomonico, Connie Vickers, Ellie Robinson, the captain, Bobby Birkin, Martin Cruikshank, Flora Walker, Buzz Charlotte Burrows, former Oxford Hawks player, Amy Cockinus, Jess Olorenshaw, Helen Cathcart, Ellie Halliday, Emma McIntyre, Charlotte Childs and Charlotte Kelly, the number 25. Andy Richardson is their coach for Southgate, the manager, Karen Kelly. Andy Richardson is in fairly philosophical but positive mood ahead of this one. And for Bishop Stortford, speaking to Nick Prowse, their coach, early on, they know they're in for a match where they've really got to step up the performance, led by the likes of former Loughborough student Katie Richards. Ali Martin, who's been playing very well, will be in goal for them today. Mally Kane, Sally Powell up top, Liz Egan-Evans, Kate Robinson is captain today, Abby Barrett, a good goal scorer for them. The aforementioned former junior international Katie Richards, Martha Holt, Darcy Edwards, Rory Fletcher, Pearl Mason-Smith, Catherine Langridge and Louisa Davies. That is the Bishop Stortford Women's Ones team. They'll be in the blue with the white socks. Nick Prowse, as I say, their coach, assisted by Lexi Guthrie, and Helen Mason-Smith is their delightful manager. There is loads of entertainment going on here at Trent Park today as the umpires just warm up below me. They will be for this one Chris Peart and Mark Oldfield. We're due to have an opera singer any moment now. And the opera singer for this one is Oliver Gibbs. He's a baritone and he'll be beautifully blasting out Jerusalem here for the fans at Trent Park. It is, don't forget, a charity day here at Southgate Hockey Club. Southgate Super Saturday. If you're catching this online on southgatehc.org.uk, wondering whether you should come down, you very much should. There's loads of action and entertainment.
How are you doing, youngsters? Are you feeling good?
We're now going to go through to Andy Richardson, the head coach of Southgate. Andy Day was talking to him moments ago.
I'm with Andy Richardson, women's first team coach at Southgate. How are the team feeling ahead of today's Super Saturday fixture?
Well, for us, it's another great game, opportunity to continue our winning run, and girls are really excited about what we've got in front of us with the crowd here today. And yeah, no, they're really excited about the game.
With that in mind, have the team done anything differently in the build-up this week?
No, not particularly. You know, we've worked on our corners as usual. We've got a game plan that we've worked for us so far. So we've really stuck to that game plan, and we've been working on our principles of play and made sure that we're still crystal clear about our roles within those.
And how has Southgate felt about Super Saturday? Is there excitement in the camp?
Of course there is. This is great for our sport. It's great for Southgate Hockey Club. And I think there's a huge amount of work and effort's gone into this. A huge thanks to those people behind the scenes who've trying to promote our sport and the club. Yeah, no, it's brilliant. And let's hope that other clubs can see this and continue to take it forward.
Thanks for your time and good luck.
Thanks ever so much. Cheers.
Now, Andy Richardson, very relaxed ahead of the game, but he did say to me that he knows full well his team may have to go undefeated to get their way past Guildford. And just to flag up, they will play Guildford at home on the 1st of April. No, it's no April Fools. This conference could go down to that match. Those two teams really locked together. The only difference, 1 goal in the match at Guildford earlier in the season. The teams are just warming up, ready for the action, ready for the opera singer. Of course, coming up later on as well, Southgate Men's Ones will play in a local derby with promotion very much at stake as they take on Old Loughtonians from just around the M25 and up the M11. That one promises to be an absolutely crucial clash in the Men's National League 1. Southgate currently 12 matches won and 1 lost for the season so far. But for this Southgate team, they are 13 from 13 through the season, flying at the top of the table. Just to give you some context on the league, 39 points for them. Guildford 3 points behind at the moment. And of course, they are a team that have conceded just 6 all season, although Bishop Stortford have scored 1 of those 6. Despite being 100%, Southgate not quite shaking off Guildford. From Bishop Stortford's point of view, well, they lost 6-1 at home up the M11 not too long ago, earlier in the season, 29th of October to be exact. That match was a much younger club than Southgate. Southgate's history going back to 1886, so I'll come back to that during the feed later on. Bishop Stortford 1948, but now grown to a club of over 800 members. And as I mentioned earlier on, their first season in the National League, a very proud promotion last season. Stortford has scored 20 goals this season. They've had 45 scored against them, as we see Southgate just warming up ahead of this one. Southgate 46 goals and 6 goals against. Andy Day's voice you can hear booming around Trent Park here. And if you are tempted to make your way down, there is free admission to form part of this attempted National League record. If you want to sit in the grandstand, it's just £10. There's fabulous food, fabulous entertainment and fabulous hockey going on all day. Looking at the recent form of the two teams for Southgate, last week they won away up in East Anglia against Ipswich, up in Suffolk, 18th of Feb. 6-0 at home against Spencer. 11th of February, they won against Horsham 2-0 away. That's a strong result away from home. And just before that, they beat Chelmsford 3-1. They've had a very settled side over the last 3 or 4 weeks. And they're looking to go into the National 1 for the first time ever for Southgate women, the highest they will ever have been in the National League. For Bishop Stortford, well, last week at home they lost 4-1 against East London. But back 7 days before that, they won their first and only National League game ever, 3-0 away against Chelmsford. Local rivals dispatched, and Chelmsford are not far above them. 1 place above them in the table. 7 points for Chelmsford so far this season. Bishop Stortford have 4 points. And a fabulous bit of maths calculation from Andy Day, who will be joining myself, Dan Strange, on commentary later on, is that if calculations, matches, points go the right way for Bishop Stortford this season, they could end up in 4th position if all fell for them and they go on a magical run. Of course, all the profits from today will be donated to 3 charities, including Worldwide Cancer Research, the North London Hospice, where the club's women's 3rd team captain Caroline O'Brien sadly passed away earlier this season from cancer. Following the event, club members Ella Duthie and Lewis Hollett will subsequently be running the London Marathon in aid of both charities. Good luck to Ella and Lewis. The day will also be raising money for the Southgate Sports and Leisure Trust, which helps care for and look after the hockey centre. Southgate Hockey Centre, exactly where we are for the community and the future generations to enjoy hockey in this part of the world. What a fantastic infrastructure for hockey it is. 2 pitches next door to each other.
A warm welcome to the Ball Patrol as well. Hello, Ball Patrol. Give us a big wave, Ball Patrol. Can they hear us? Hello, Ball Patrol. Glad to have you aboard.
There is the number 1 for Southgate, Molly Smith, current England under-18 goalkeeper, former Chelmsford player, 2013 to 5 years ago. Called an absolute rock and a star performer for Southgate. Southgate are just doing some practice penalty corners as the ball flashes to the left-hand side of Molly Smith's goal as she looked 3:30 p.m. was the arranged start time for this match between Southgate 1s and Bishop Stortford 1s, as we see Bishop Stortford just warming up Martha Holt there, who was player of the match back against Spencer in November. Stortford will be in all blue with the white socks, as I mentioned earlier. Katie Richards there just clearing the ball away was a former Loughborough student 1s player, former Junior England international as well, played out in Hamburg in 2002. At the Under-18 European Championships of that year at Uhlenhorst Hockey Club, a fabulous club in its own right, out in the northern German city of Hamburg. The two teams just finalising their preparations as we await the fabulous performance of Oliver Gibbs, who will be singing Jerusalem live here at Trent Park. The men's teams are just making their way in. I can see the purple colours of Old Loughtonians making their way up the famous steps here at Trent Park at the Southgate Hockey Centre. Ball patrol. And the umpires step forward. The umpires today, Chris Peart and Mark Oldfield. Match official for this one is Marilyn Walker. A reminder, Southgate in the red, black and red, 39 points, flying at the top of the table, unbeaten, 100% this year. But they haven't scored as many goals as Guildford, who are 3 points behind them. They've scored 4 goals better, but Southgate have a tighter defence. Over wander the two teams to the sideline to be introduced to the expectant crowd. Lots of incredible hard work has gone into today. Likes of club chairman Neil Murphy, who said the record, the National League record, is a bit of fun. But let's try and get over 700 people to Trent Park. Let's set a benchmark that other clubs can get excited around, and that is all that this is about. Trying to get people watching hockey, watching their first teams, club level, of course, overnight over in Hobart, and there's a connection to the matches in Hobart in the men's match later on. I'll come to that later, but coming up first in the Vitality Women's Conference East, Southgate Hockey Club against Bishop Stortford, live from Southgate Hockey Centre here at Trent Park. The England Hockey Vitality Women's Conference East, it's top versus bottom, and we're now going to hear from Oliver Gibbs, a baritone opera singer, with his rendition of the stunning Jerusalem.
Bishop Stortford. We welcome baritone Oliver Gibbs to perform Jerusalem.
Wow, what a voice. Oliver Gibbs, baritone with Jerusalem, just getting the spine tingling. The hairs on the back of the neck standing up. It's still time for you to get down to Trent Park and support this day. We're only 35 minutes from the centre of London, easily accessible from the N25, which when I drove it about an hour and a half ago was trouble-free. Out come Chris Peart and Mark Oldfield and the fabulous Ball Patrol. And then through the smoke, led by their number 11, Katie Richards, come Bishop Stortford, promoted to the Vitality Women's League Conference East for the first time ever last season. A fantastic season for them and a great opportunity. They may be the bottom team in this league, but beating Chelmsford a few weeks ago gives them hope. Southgate led onto the pitch by Ellie Robinson. The midfielder is their captain, closely followed by Molly Smith, their superb England under-18 goalkeeper. And then the coaching teams wander their way through the smoke, ready to put their master plans into action. As the teams huddle up, here is Tuas Jess Olorenshaw, the forward, and here comes the match ball, sponsored by SP Action Images. Of course, it's a charity fundraiser all day. The aim is to set the domestic league attendance record. Over 700 people. There was a lot of conversation on social media this week about a match back in the 1990s. Iska, 2,000 people in attendance, but looking to set an official record today for other teams to have as a benchmark, to get people pitch side watching domestic hockey in the UK. And don't forget, of course, May and June, get your way down to East London. Tickets are readily available at the moment, and there's some great offers on as well. As here comes the ball, sponsored by SP Action Images. Southgate happy to innovate as the remote control car. Apparently it's the second remote control car bought, because the first one had a bit of a lack of pace about it. Well, some of us suffer from that in terms of hockey. Nearly runs over the boot of Helen Cathcart, the left winger for Southgate. Oh, it's currently refusing to leave the pitch at the moment. The SP Action Images sponsored remote control car finally makes its way off the pitch. Well, welcome along. We're nearly good to go as the smoke settles here on Trent Park. I will take you through the starting 11s as Southgate get us underway with Charlotte Childs. They start with Smith in goal. Four at the back from left to right, Burrows, Walker, Halliday and Kokonos. The two screens are number 5 and 8, Robinson and Martin. Then Cathcart, Philomonica and Childs with up top their number 4. Connie Vickers will be the highest player on the pitch, according to Andy Richardson's starting 11. And for the all-blue with white socks are Bishop Stortford, who have the ball now through Langridge. Martin in goal from right to left at the back. Holt, Egan Evans, Richards and Mason Smith. Then Fletcher, Davies, Langridge and Robinson in the midfield and up top. And they know where the goal is, these two. Barrett and Powell both have been leading goal scorers in the club in their time. Welcome to the action. My name is Dan Strange. I'll be bringing you all the action today, and I'm delighted to say joining me now, having done his fabulous work over the stadium PA, is Andy Day. Andy, a very well-known voice in domestic hockey in the UK. What are you expecting from this one, top versus bottom? But it could be a banana skin for Southgate.
Indeed, both teams, I think, have started the game pretty strongly from what I've seen, so I'm looking forward to see how this develops over the course of the next 70 minutes or so.
So Southgate have the ball in the bottom corner, picked up by Amy Coconus. Good ball pace, bounce it. Oh, now the steal, and forward comes the number 20 Langridge. The block challenge from Walker on the ground. Just about, Andy did the job, but that wasn't far away.
Indeed, very sharp play from Langridge, picking up the ball and racing in towards the circle. Is this the way the pattern of the game has gone so far in the first couple of minutes? Because I've missed the first couple of minutes, and this is just getting my grounding on what's happened.
The first real chance forward for Bishop Stortford. Nicely into the middle, collected by Robinson, who wears the captain's armband, or captain's shin band as is today. The searching ball forward, and just watched out a play nearly by Liz Egan-Evans, but she allowed play to continue for Southgate. Bishop Stortford get the free out, which Katie Richards will take.
Very, very promising stuff indeed from Southgate, looking for adding another 3 points to their growing collection this season.
You're right, Andy, but the comment Andy Richardson made before the game was Southgate could have to go completely unbeaten this season to actually get top spot in this league, because it's so close between Southgate and Guildford. And the brilliant thing in the Vitality Eastern Conference is it's really close at the top and really close at the bottom, because Chelmsford and Bishop Stortford are very close indeed as well. In fact, as you worked out, Bishop Stortford could get off the bottom today.
Indeed, depending on that Chelmsford result, we'll try and keep an eye on that away from here. Bishop Stortford happy to keep the ball at the back at the moment. They've got a little bit of time to pick the ball up and pick out a pass.
Richards down the line, and it was passed on by Martha Holt, pounced on then by Coconus. A steady start for both teams. Both teams have very good goalkeepers in Smith for Southgate and Ali Martin, who has been in fine form in her own right for Bishop Stortford. Always difficult to be in a team down the bottom of the table as a goalkeeper, Andy, because it always means you're busy.
Indeed, keeps you on your toes as well. Sometimes the best performing teams, you need to have a goalkeeper of renown. I think that's what we got here.
Well, Philharmonica plays the ball back to Flora Walker. Bit of a slip up by Ellie Halliday. Play continues, and the umpire, Chris Peart, happy. Slide it in. Good post-up play from Charlotte Childs.
Change of equipment. Both teams seem to sanding each other out in these early stages.
Southgate have had the majority of the possession so far, but as you said, Andy, just feeling their way into the game as it comes across to Coconus. Good run down the line, but Coconus decides to spread the play back into midfield, where Ellie Halliday slider down towards Cathcart. Good touch by her, and the first shot of the day coming from Charlotte Childs, but nowhere near Ali Martin in goal for Stortford.
Nice work through the middle as well. Sometimes the direct route is the right result, and we were close to the first real good opportunity of the game in that move.
Bishop Stortford down the bottom of the league at the moment, but they've got, Andy, a very young team, a real mixture in this Stortford side of youth and experience. A lot of Bishop Stortford college players, some as young as year 10 within the squad. Lovely
that experience, I'm sure, will stand in good stead for the rest of their careers as well. Early exposure to the higher leagues.
That's good from the number 40, Louisa Davies. Important touch and the chance to come away. Hit ball didn't really connect. Coconus will restart for the red, black and red of Southgate.
We're seeing an awful lot of possession from Coconus in the game so far. Looks like a key player and one to watch.
Yeah, you almost expect her, Andy, to get higher up the pitch than she is at the moment. She's going to collect the ball now about 5 metres inside the Bishop Stortford half. The ball there was looking for Emma McIntyre. It wasn't the best ball, but Kokkinos has a lot of space to run into.
Very much so, yeah, and good vision as well, knowing when to release the ball. And sometimes you've got to just try and try and try, and it'll work. And that was an occasion where it didn't, and you can see Kokkinos picking up the ball again in the middle, starting things off again.
She's been at Southgate since her junior days. Moved on now by Sophia Martin. This is good from Southgate. Richards just stooped to stop the ball and decided instead to let the ball drift past the left-hand side of Ali Martin's goal. Well, at the moment, Andy, in the opening exchanges, it's been very much all Southgate, but Bishop Stortford setting up the defensive unit well.
Indeed, resilient, but you can see Southgate immediately trying to make a nuisance of themselves from that Bishop Stortford restart.
That was up off the Southgate stick, safely to Ellie Robinson. Good important touch from Holt. Gets possession and then steps inside. Lorna Cruikshank. Holt deciding to go for distance and clear some danger away from the Bishop Stortford defence. Give the defence time to regroup and reset and prepare for the next wave of attack from Southgate. You got the likes of Abby Barrett up goal. Up front for Bishop Stortford, who very much know where the goal is. Barrett scored against Spencer back in November. She scored over 25 goals for the club last season in that promotion securing year. Making history, first time for Bishop Stortford up to this level. And it does take, Andy, you've got oodles of knowledge of covering the likes of Beeston. It does take teams time to adjust to the pace and the intensity of National League hockey, having come from the lower levels.
Indeed, I've been privileged to watch Beeston ladies to make the jump from the Championship division up to the Premier division, and it did take them a little while, but now once you're established, you can push on and move to the next level, and that's the same for all teams. You've got to build and build and build. It's not going to suddenly come overnight.
Don't forget today's action with this aim of breaking the domestic league attendance record is all for charity. We'll take you through the charities later on, but they're very closely linked to the fabulous work going on here at Southgate. The likes of Worldwide Cancer Research, the North London Hospice, and of course the Southgate Sports and Leisure Trust, which does fabulous work to keep building and improving the infrastructure here at Trent Park.
Indeed it is, and those three charities, the match day programmes are being sold today as well, and I'm sure if you spoke to Southgate very nicely you can buy one as well, and every donation is welcome and appreciated. If you have a look at Southgate online via their social media channels, you can donate on that way, I am sure.
Yeah, we're broadcasting here on southgatehc.org.uk. If you're just joining us, welcome along. Lovely little piece of play from Sophia Martin. Into the circle on the reverse, and it's snuck in, and it's a really good finish.
Fantastic stuff. Just inside the circle. We will see a replay of that, I'm sure, but it looks like it's Jess Ollerenshaw who got the touch on that. Let's have a look at the replay.
It's the number 17, you're right, Ollerenshaw. Snuck it past Ali Martin and into the goal on the reverse. What a fantastic finish.
It was indeed, and precise for that matter as well. A moment of space taken in the circle and finding the goalkeeper's bottom left via deflection off the post as well. Delightful finish, and Southgate are in the lead.
Well, Bishop Stortford just giving Ollerenshaw too much space there. And she took advantage, nothing Ali Martin could do. Ollerenshaw, former England under-16, she's in her final year at Felsted School, where she recently captained the under-18 side to the school's national semi-finals. Gets herself on the score sheet here today.
I'm sure I recognise that name as well from the junior world.
And now, how does Southgate capitalise on the goal? Settling the nerves. Forward it comes from Walker once more. Walker, well, she had a lot of space down the left-hand side. Decided instead the right was the preference.
Interesting from Southgate, keeping that ball moving, not dwelling on that ball, keeping it moving across the back, pulling Bishop Stortford around, trying to find those weaknesses.
Bishop Stortford having been gifted possession, gift it straight back. Robinson Bounces the ball out. This is good ball pace. Over to Walker. Lovely pick up by Cruikshank. 3D skills from her. Still going. Good tackling though by Holt. Free hit given.
Cruikshank running into traffic somewhat, but it's still Southgate ball.
The number 9, Lorna Cruikshank, just gives it back. And all the way back it goes to Flora Walker. Miss hit from her. Good opportunity for the break.
Fletcher.
Through Rory Fletcher.
Wins a free hit and a promising position for Bishop Stortford as well.
Richards, who works in pharmaceuticals nowadays. Studied law after Loughborough University. And another break on for Southgate. Kelly trying to find her way through.
Vickers making a long busting run all the way up to the baseline. She's now in the circle. Can she be found?
Cruikshank tries to find her way through Louisa Davies. Free hits being given and Cruikshank will take it on the 5 metre dotted line. Poor pass to Robinson, had to reset herself. A really good effort on the reverse McIntyre it was. Long corner given.
Strong boot from Martin as well, making sure that wasn't going to get by her.
Bishop Stortford not in charitable mood here, giving the ball back very slowly to Robinson. 11 players behind the ball for Stortford. They are 1-0 down at the moment. Ola Renshaw goal. Good ball out to the right hand side. Poor pass then as it was searching for Kelly, but no one's up top. The closest was Darcy Edwards, who couldn't quite get on the ball, but Bishop Stortford do get the sideline ball. Andy, Bishop Stortford will just want to start to link some passes together, not necessarily even going forward, but through the midfield.
Indeed, a spell of possession I think now is what Bishop Stortford need, and I think they might be able to achieve that with this movement through Holt here, who's under a lot of pressure and gets the benefit of the sideline ball as well.
Yeah, Martha Holt was part of the 2020 Cambridge University team for the varsity match. Missed by Walker. Bishop Stortford ball, as the Stortford player was in the space first, and Holt will step up to play the ball forward.
Very promising position this. There's a little bit of movement just on the edge of the circle, and that movement will continue forward.
Found the boot of Robinson. He just sits in the screen.
Everything at the moment coming through Holt.
That's good work. Collected by Kate Robinson. Captain, or named captain for Bishop Stortford, although Katie Richards actually has the armband on her shin. Cruikshank, good power from her. Burst past the number 5, Egan Evans, and then gives away the free hit. But that was superb power from Lorna Cruikshank.
Indeed, and it also followed a really nicely weighted ball forward by Vickers as well. So everything about that move was pretty good from Southgate. And looking pretty good for this lead at the moment. But can they add to it? Or can Bishop Stortford find a way back into the game?
It's 1-0. Of course, it was a 5-goal difference when they met back in October. 6-1 Stortford 1. That was a tackle from Mally Kane, youngster in this team, for Bishop Stortford. Then the tackle of Abby Barrett, and off she goes with the toot of the whistle from the umpire in Bishop Stortford's favour. Across with the tackle comes Walker, who has been everywhere for Southgate so far today.
Really industrious Bishop Stortford when they're on the ball, looking to move forward, but Southgate quickly surrounding them and not giving the opportunity to work in the spaces high up the field.
The thing was, Andy, there, Abby Barrett won the free hit, and actually Stortford probably wanted Barrett higher up the pitch to act as a receiver. At the moment, because they're playing half court, which to anyone who's watching hockey for the first time or as a junior within the game means they're defending back in their own half. As the ball bounces, it came towards Vickers. It does now. Oh, flashes just wide. Vickers with the final touch. Southgate nearly making it 2.
Presentable opportunity not taken, but I think there was a possibility of a penalty corner in the middle of that, and advantage was being played.
It was Cathcart at the back post who just missed it, wasn't far away. Would Ali Martin have got there? Who knows? Schiller said she had it covered, Andy. All goalkeepers do.
Yeah, it's the reasonable thing to do. It's the fairest thing to say, of course.
It's 1-0. Ola Renshaw's goal on the reverse stick. The difference between the two teams so far. Good possession for Southgate. But Bishop Stortford unrelenting in their defence at the moment. Slight fortune from them not to be 2 down, with Cathcart's effort nearly there at the back post as Vickers crossed moments ago. Good hands. The boot of the Southgate player gives Bishop Stortford the ball. It was the number 8, Sophia Martin.
Good skills, but ultimately not rewarded there.
Well, a fascinating opening here. And as the teams run into their huddle, Southgate 1, Bishop Stortford 0, Andy. You have to say Southgate deserve the lead, but they haven't had all their own way.
No, they've certainly been in charge. It wouldn't be unfair to say that, but Bishop Stortford haven't had the best of games so far. Southgate are sniffing a second, and you feel that if that second does come, the game may be transformed. But at the moment, it's still a tight affair here.
Well, it is at the moment. Bishop Stortford haven't had any shots really in the game so far. Southgate have had a couple. One drifted past the post, and it is Southgate 1, Bishop Stortford 0 at the end of the first quarter.
We've got some fantastic food up in the top car park, that's in the clubhouse. We've got Cow Burger selling the best gourmet burgers this side of North London, and freshly made pizzas as well, so 2 fantastic food outlets.
As the teams come back for the second quarter, it really is just to remind you a wonderful day of action. Super Saturday here at Southgate. Loads of matches going on. And the 2 highlight fixtures, Southgate Women's Ones against Bishop Stortford. Top versus bottom in the Vitality Eastern Conference. Southgate chasing a 14th win of the season. Bishop Stortford chasing their 2nd win of the season. Their 2nd in the history of the National League. And forward it goes once more to the goal scorer, Ola Renshaw. Andy, it was a fabulous opening goal.
It was a beautiful goal. Just inside the circle, the opportunity presented itself and it was placed low and firmly into the bottom of the goal. Goalkeeper couldn't have done much more to keep it out, but it was well placed. I think the positioning was on top. It was absolutely fantastic.
Ola Renshaw that time can't keep it under her possession. As you say, it was well placed because she shot near post, but she had players widening the goal, and that made it difficult for Ali Martin.
Yes, if your eyes are taken by a ball that's on, you've got to defend all of the angles, and that left the space there. And already we're seeing Southgate trying to sniff for that second goal early in the second quarter.
Yeah, the press in, it goes towards Louisa Davies, trying to break the press. She turns frustratedly towards Sally Powell, former, I think, back-to-back leading goal scorer for this Bishop Stortford team back in the late 2000s into the 2010s, if I remember. I'll double check in a second. Lovely ball pace from Kokonos.
Lots of space for Southgate to operate in at the back, but it's a lot further back than they have been in this game so far.
Yeah, Powell, just to confirm, leading goal scorer for the Ladies Ones. 2 years on the spin for Bishop Stortford, 2008, 9 and 9-10 as well. Ball from Philomonica Philly, as she's known. Good spreading of the play, good transferring from Southgate. Still Bishop Stortford happy to sit at halfway. Here's Kokonos. Doesn't get the ball back. Eventually does from Martin, but rather close the space down on her teammate.
Halliday with a pace on the ball. She's going to receive the ball again. Kokinos is on touching the sideline here. Is it going to reach her? No, she's been bypassed and the ball up to the 23.
That's well collected by Emma McIntyre. She's been bright in the opening exchanges. Forward comes Kokinos to take the left-hand sideline ball. Halliday bypasses her centre-back partner Bobby Birkin. Bounce pass down the line, just too much range on it for Ola Renshaw. But Southgate are just trying to find those rangy passes down the line.
Very much so. Easing their way down the field. We saw a few minutes ago that their setup was basically on their own 23-metre line, and they've eased forward, and you can see the ball position now is up to the 23-metre line, and they're attacking a circle.
Lovely ball in towards McIntyre. It is then clipped up and well dealt with by Holt.
Quick reactions.
Well, there's a bit of complaint from Emma McIntyre, I think, about whether that should have been a penalty corner, but the umpires were very quick and very clear in their decision. Mark Oldfield it was. Good from Martin. Lovely hands again. Good tackling from Robinson. Halliday. Hard work for Bishop Stortford. And then down the line, Kokinos. I said they were looking for the rangy passes, Andy. And Kokinos there, putting it in the right place, but no one drifting out to pick up in the channel.
Nice idea. You just got to keep trying and trying and trying. Sometimes they're routines that you've worked on during the week. Sometimes they're free-flowing. Sometimes they don't work at all, but you've got to keep trying.
Ellie Robinson cuts back, surrounded by two players, finds Kokinos, who has had so much ball in this first half so far. It's 1-0 to Southgate on this Super Saturday. Welcome along if you're tuning in, southgatehc.org.uk and across social media for Southgate. Southgate trying to make a big statement, trying to get the crowds in. Southgate men against Old Loughtonians to come. Holt watched that well, long corner given.
More pressure starting to build from Southgate. Can they convert this pressure into a goal?
Martin finds the captain Robinson. Good hands again from Cathcart. Crossing given as on the ground ends up Emma McIntyre. McIntyre, who's the current top goal scorer. 12 goals in the 13 matches. Ola Renshaw with the only goal today. And you may not see it at the moment, sorry Andy, you may not see it at the moment in the stands, but in the clubhouse it really is getting busy here at Southgate, and it's great to see the car park very full indeed.
More and more people arriving all the time. We were treated to a fantastic performance before the start of the match, and we will be treated to another one ahead of the start of the men's game too.
It wasn't Andy Day on the opera singing, it was Oliver Gibbs, a baritone, singing Jerusalem as Richards picks up the ball and tries to come away, but the umpire's whistle stops her.
Tell you what, my singing voice would have broken the PA system. Absolutely not, no way.
Kokinos, Chris Peart has to dance out the way of the number 14, who goes back to Halliday. Kokinos it is once more, finds Martin, who has space. That's a better ball. McIntyre's boot though. Oh no, it wasn't seen. And cut back from Robinson. Robinson still going. Nice from her. And then back to Kokinos with space to transfer the ball. Not the kindest of bouncing passes.
But still that pressure comes. Bishop Stortford have really worked hard to engineer an opportunity, and Abby Barrett has picked up that ball and done well, and trying to release a little bit of that pressure, but that doesn't last long.
And again, Philimonica stopped just on the 5-metre line. Forward comes Burrows. Buzz, as she's known, former Oxford Hawks player, who was described, Andy, in my research by the former Oxford Hawks captain as one of the politest hockey players she's ever met. And the former Oxford Hawks captain is my sister, Bex Oakes. And I can go on record say she's not always the most polite hockey player I've ever met, but apparently Charlotte Burrows is. Bouncing ball.
Nice idea. Very nice. Ollerenshaw looking for a second with that ball that was coming to her quickly. Bit of improvisational skills nearly rewarded.
Ollerenshaw's runs are very clever at the moment, leading well for the team. Richards collects for Bishop Stortford. Bouncing ball difficult for McIntyre. And Burrows has to go racing back. The former under-18 England player.
Edwards sniffing around the circle, looking for any opportunity to get the ball high up the field. Where do you feel Southgate's best opportunity might be coming from? Are they building and building and building, or are they looking for a quick, maybe a counter, something like that?
I think it's going to be pressure telling. McIntyre looks like the poacher. Ollerenshaw more of a clever lead player. Bishop Stortford, Andy, need to actually set a platform here, though, as they come forward through Catherine Langridge. But again, 3 Southgate players around them. Martin careless in possession. But that's where they're struggling at the moment. They can't build on any possession because of how Southgate set their press.
Martha Holt, who we saw stand out really in the first quarter for Bishop Stortford, couldn't really get going with that restart. In my view, and I'm not a coach, I think that Bishop Stortford need to settle more when they're given the opportunity to clear so they can look further up the field. They're taking the free hit slightly too quickly, only slightly. No,
I completely agree with that. It's you feel like they're forcing it as Martin forces that one slightly, just missing Philharmonica. Philly down the right-hand side, couldn't get on the end of that one. Super Saturday, well underway. Some fabulous match, really good second team match, men's second team match. Southgate against West Hearts earlier, a high scoring match. And if you're tempted to come down and switch the live stream off, we will permit you. You can come and join in the action.
That previous game had got a bit of everything. It probably, the only thing it didn't have was a Zeppelin going over. Everything was going on, penalty strokes, there was delays as we stop.
Lorna Cruikshank with the attempted upright reverse, and it's given by Chris Peart. Well, genuinely there, Andy, I'm not sure why this was called, because it was well dealt with. Reverse stick shot. Unless it was a boot in there, maybe? Anyway, play continues. McIntyre looking for the quick pass.
Sometimes replays clear things up immediately, sometimes they don't, and that was one of those second occasions. I know if you're watching away, I'm seeing a lot of people with some fantastic looking food around.
Of course, all the action today is looking to raise money for World Cancer Research, the local cancer hospice as well. The North London Hospice, where the club women's third team captain Caroline O'Brien sadly passed away earlier this season. Of course, members of the club running the London Marathon into the circle. It goes. That was good defence by Liz Egan-Evans, Andy. Standing strong under a lot of pressure.
You feel that there's another goal in this game. It won't end 1-0. But the longer we go without that second goal coming, the more you think it will be a tighter finish than we may have anticipated.
I was talking to Nick Prowse, the Bishop Stortford coach, ahead of the match. And he was concerned that bringing a young team here under the lights with the TV cameras on would almost put too much pressure on their team as forward they come again. And again, the story of this half, Southgate have not allowed Bishop Stortford much possession at all in their half as Kokonos plays it forward to the retreating and now bursting forward McIntyre. Good from her. Sorry, Charlotte Kelly, excuse me, good from her. Burrows bouncing ball. Well stolen by Richards. And Burrows again scurries. Missed by Davies.
Just looking for this ball. How is it going to appear in the circle? Penalty corner.
Yeah, Katie Richards knew straight away that contact with the stick. So we see a penalty corner for Southgate. It is 1-0 to Southgate on a Renshaw's goal. The difference, and the point I was making about the Nick Prowse conversation, is very much at 1-0. You have to feel Bishop Stortford have stood up and been counted here in a fantastic way. But it's how now from here they push on, or can Southgate double their lead?
Alison Martin in the Bishop Stortford goal has had a decent game so far, but this is the first penalty corner she's had to face. That's how she deals with it.
Walker is there, as is the number 22, Charlotte Childs. Vickers running for the left-hand side. Cathcart, I believe it is, on the right-hand side. It comes out to the left-hand Castle. Oh, and it's snuck off the pad, off the kicker. It's Flora Walker with the goal. The strike hit Ali Martin, and in it goes, and Flora Walker makes it 2-0 to Southgate.
Can't wait to see that on the replay. Here it comes. Delightful layoff, fired in low and hard. I think Martin has been unfortunate. The goal, it's come up off her kicker. This is a great angle to see that.
The reason I stopped, Andy, was Sophia Martin's stop there looked to me like it was potentially not quite out the circle. I think on the replay it showed it did go out, but it wasn't far away. Brilliantly finished though by Walker, just bouncing along the turf, and Martin could only deflect it into the goal.
We can have as many replays and cameras as we like, but the umpire's decision is final. And the goal has been given, and that's what we're looking at. And it was a very good finish, low and hard. Sometimes those are the way through, and that's the second goal that Southgate have been craving.
Here is the goal scorer, Walker, just slips in her delivery. Cathcart tried to dance around a player, and now a chance for forward to come, Abby Barrett, but again isolated. Walker double teaming with Burrows. Barrett does well to win the free hit down that left-hand side, Andy.
Indeed, this is the times that I was thinking they should be pausing before going, and looking at that restart, they've played themselves into trouble, although they will go again from the side.
It's utilising the transfer. They've got a transfer on here to Egan Evans. They don't go for it, and Southgate inviting them forward, and it works well. Free hit goes Southgate's way. Bobby Birkin waits to take in, rushes the number 19 Pearl Mason-Smith. And there's a green card shown to Pearl Mason-Smith. So down to 10 players for a couple of minutes. Go Bishop Stortford.
This is an occasion, I think, where Southgate's pressure could really tell if they can make the most of this 2-minute spell when they're facing 10. At the moment, though, I think they're happy to sit and maintain possession of the ball. There is some movement, though, off camera.
Robinson does very well indeed. Under pressure, unfazed. Goes back to Walker.
Obviously, we're focusing on where the ball is, but Ollerenshaw to the left of the field is moving very brightly indeed. And I think there's a ball forward that will come very suddenly.
Robinson's hands were very good. Oh, just gets caught there by Sally Powell, the experienced Sally Powell. Mally came unlucky there. The ball sort of came to her quicker than she really wanted it and could only pop it up into the Southgate player. And Southgate again building steadily. They are 2-0 up here in the second quarter on Super Saturday. Ollerenshaw, the first goal scorer.
Can Southgate make it into the circle again?
Here is Ollerenshaw, still going on the reverse. Wide of the mark, but Southgate will have possession on the left-hand side. Clever ball into the circle, collected by Powell.
Really strong take that was in the circle as well.
Kokonos. Southgate again, just happy to hold possession. Bobby Birkin and Halliday. Robinson double teaming from Bishop Stortford, and that's good. They're closing the door on Robinson, making Southgate work harder in possession.
I think that's a good tactic to do, but although they're through again, chance here.
Lovely little offload. Ollerenshaw, and good save from Martin. Good pressure from the likes of Kelly.
Just to mark your card as well, I think we're back up to a full complement of players.
Cathcart. Sorry, Charles, the number 22, with the shot from the left-hand side of the circle. Katie Richards in no rush to take it, which comes back to the point you were making, Andy, sort of not forcing things, building steadily, making Southgate work a bit. But the press is very much on, and Kelly steals the ball for Southgate.
I do like the umpire with a clear indication of what happened there. You couldn't move for that wonderful leg action. Looking at the pressure as we come to half-time, the second half is going to be critical. We were looking at the squads. Bishop Stortford have a match day 13 today compared to a match day 16 for Southgate. The second half could be telling.
It very much could be. And at half-time, it is Southgate Women First Team 2, Bishop Stortford 0. Plenty of action to come in the second half. Andy Day's off to do the Crossbar Challenge pitch side. I'm going to go and try and grab a quick interview with Andy Richardson, so listen out for that. And after that, we'll be back for the second half here at Trent Park.
The aim of the game is to hit the crossbar with the hockey ball. It's much harder than it sounds. So Willis is going to take his contestants out onto the pitch, and as he's doing that, Bishop Stortford supporters, you are very welcome, and we encourage you to come into the clubhouse where you'll find our president, Mr. Richard Beechner, with some port and cheese. So please do come and avail yourself of the president's kind hospitality with the finest port and the finest cheese. That's all Bishop Stortford supporters, please do come up. Everyone else, get yourself a drink and get ready for the Crossbar Challenge, and whilst you're here, take advantage of the food in the car park. The food, that sounds better than it might have just come across, but the food in the car park is very, very good. And a correction on the goal in fact tipped over Lorna Cruikshank's stick, and in fact was awarded to number 11, Flora Walker. So the second goal was scored by number 11, Flora Walker.
We are looking for our competitors for the half-time Crossbar Challenge. You can see the six and the balls are on the edge of the circle on the right-hand field. We're looking for Andy Fell, Ella Duthry and Ella Chandler. If you'd like to make your way onto the field of play for the Crossbar Challenge, you have been nominated. And make your way down onto the field of play. All too high. Oh, too low. Could this be the Goldilocks one? Just right. Could this be it, the final attempt of all? Let's hear it for our four competitors. Well done, thank you for taking part. Could you do better? We'll do it again. The men's fixture. Put your name forward. Once again, your appreciation for our four competitors. It's a high pressure situation. They've done fantastically well. Teams will be making our way out for the second half very soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, a reminder that today we're supporting three fantastic charities, so all programme sales and profits are going three ways between the North London Hospice, Worldwide Cancer Research and the Southgate Sports and Leisure Trust. They're three fantastic charities very close to all our...
We're down here with Andy Richardson, Southgate coach. Andy, how happy are you with the first half? 2-0 up, obviously. Happy with it?
Yeah, got to be happy with 2 goals. We won both quarters, which is what our aims to do. So we win each quarter as it comes, and that's really pleasing. Yeah.
What threats do you see from Bishop Stortford, and what improvements do you want in the second half?
We need to move the ball a little bit quicker, from my point of view, and negate their tight, compact press. And then the danger, obviously, is that we could get caught on the break, and we just need to make sure that we're covering in behind.
Good luck for the second half. Two teams are back, ready to go, and Bishop Stortford with the most proactive part of the game for them so far. Abby Barrett trying to catch Southgate unaware, and it's worked well. Just a reminder, at half-time, 2-0 to Southgate. Andy Day was in charge of the Crossbar challenge. Andy, and I hear there was a, well, not a positive outcome to it.
No, but a lot of fun was had by all, and that's the most important thing. Half-time entertainment, you're not looking for high skill, you're not looking for huge amounts of endeavour, you're looking for a little bit of entertainment, and that's exactly what we had.
Very, very good. Well, Southgate currently are camped back down in their bottom corner, as we said, for Bishop Stortford. An opportunity to put some pressure on, but then the boot. And Southgate in the red with the black skorts and red socks. Coconus starts as she finished the first half with possession, and lovely ball down to Charlotte Childs into Cathcart. That's well back by Davies, and a long corner given.
I think this is setting the pattern of play for the second half, very much with Southgate looking to press and build and build and build. Will they get the cut through?
Ali Martin happy to watch that one go out for the 16, the free out. Katie Richards steps across to take. Richards moves the ball down to the left-hand side. Egan Evans flips up. Southgate through Kokonos can steal the ball back. Halliday, good ball forwards. That's well through by Holt, though. She really has played well so far today. Alongside the pacey Emma McIntyre, who actually got the ball for Southgate.
Impressive stuff as Southgate look to move through the gears. Now Bishop Stortford can't get out of defence, and immediately it's been turned over. Sophia Martin in possession.
Robinson's ball in towards Philomonica. Robinson did well to collect it, get into the circle. And it's been given as a penalty corner, the second of the game. One in the first half for Southgate, one in the second half for Southgate. You're 2-0 up here.
Already, Southgate have been successful from one penalty corner. Will they be successful from a second?
Well, it's Martin on the left-hand, Castle, as we look at the goal now. Kokonos on the right. McIntyre is stooped, as is Philomonica. It's coming out towards Kokonos. Martin with the save. Martin can't save that time, and it is 3-0 to Southgate. And it's their number 8, Sophia Martin, who's scored it. The crowd next to us go wild.
Watching the ball being kicked out from the goalkeeper. Nice shape on that, low and hard into the goal, no doubt about that. Here's a great angle.
And the third goal goes to number 8, Sophia Martin. Sophia Martin with the third goal, making it Southgate.
Lovely finish by Sophia Martin, current England under-21 player. Been at Southgate now 10 years. Last summer she was the youngest English player to be selected in the under-21 England team for the European Championships. On the score sheet today, and Southgate at the moment now 3-0 to the good hit. A good start for them. Richards thought she had won a free hit, does now. Good hit from her, but straight back in to Southgate's possession. Richards going to ground. Martin misses it, and that is a fabulous finish. And it's 4-0 to Southgate.
We were speaking beforehand.
And it is the number 22, Charlotte Childs, with the goal.
Look at that, into the circle, finding the shape. Beautiful finish. Great angle to see it from as well. Just into the circle. And then crashing into the back of the net. Great finish. We were speaking at the end of the first half about how the second half will be crucial for Bishop Stortford, and it's not started brilliantly.
The former captain, Charlotte Childs, gets on the score sheet. She now makes way. And a great start for Southgate as Ola Renshaw comes back into the game. She's already got one goal. The scorers Ola Renshaw, Walker, Martin and Childs. It was 2-0 at the half. Andy Richardson was very happy, Andy Date, with how his team had gone. He said the threat from Bishop Stortford obviously was the counter-attack. At the moment, they have to throw caution to the wind here against the league leaders. That's a nice touch from Robinson. Philomonica into the circle. Oh, it flashed nastily across the goal. Well, it goes down as a chance, but they're difficult to score those.
Let's have a look at that on the replay as well. Nice weight on that. The bounce just in front of the player. And Cruikshank couldn't get that connection. It's a presentable one. It's not a certainty, but it's presentable.
Well, it's a straight drive, isn't it? But with the ball bouncing across you from behind, which is
indeed, you want to receive that on the ground rather than in the air. Nice take in the air.
Robinson taking the attempted aerial ball down. It was called as dangerous with the Stortford player coming in. Of course, don't forget, later on here on Super Saturday, Southgate men's ones in a local derby against Old Loughtonians. Two very famous clubs. Two stunning histories. And both chasing promotion back into the Premier Division. of English hockey.
Two very famous names indeed, and I think it's a lot closer. I know there's a lot of people who may be watching from outside of the local area. Just how close are the teams? They're not far away at all. They're just a couple of junctions around from the M25. So this is local, really a genuine local derby coming up later.
At the moment, it is Southgate against Bishop Stortford. Top versus bottom in the Vitality Eastern Conference. But just to give you context there, Southgate, if they get promoted, will be into the National Division 1 for the first time in their history. And Bishop Stortford are the highest they have ever been after entering the National League for the first time this year and getting their first win against local rivals Chelmsford. Now towards Barrett it goes, and then just drifting out of play. And again, Bishop Stortford, better that they got up there.
Indeed, Langridge looking to take opportunity of a slip in the Southgate defence. It's the furthest, I believe, that Bishop Stortford have been up the field in that second half. So really trying to make that cut through when they get the opportunity. They are 4 goals behind, but they haven't given up yet.
They showed their intent right at the start of this third quarter. They put pressure on Barrett, took the centre pass. Lovely hands from Ola Renshaw. Oh, so good 3D skills, and still going Ola Renshaw. And then the cross. Richards deals with it well and clears away to the corner for a long corner. Ola Renshaw showing her qualities as Burrows restarts.
Defence caught in 2 minds about the best way to clear that. Bishop Stortford do look to come away with the ball, but it's going to come back with interest.
Burrows, good strength from her. Eventually stops, realising the umpire's whistle. Former Cambridge player. In fact, she entered Varsity Blue here at Trent Park back in 2015, beating Oxford 2-1 for Cambridge.
Bishop Stortford looking to go long from that restart, and they've bought a little bit of time and feel making the ball a little bit further down the field than it was. Southgate haven't been now forced back from the restart, but they've quickly crossed the halfway line with the ball.
Highest player up the pitch at the moment, Ola Renshaw, trying to stretch the game with Vickers alongside her. Ellie Halliday finds Burrows. Lovely slider ball, and well picked up by Connie Vickers. Pressure on the young number 19, Pearl Mason-Smith. Picked up a green card earlier in the game. Vickers no way through that time. Bishop Stortford, their players slightly isolated. Well turned back in by Kate Robinson.
Nicely timed turn as well to take the ball as well. There's a lot of skill in this Bishop Stortford side.
Mason Smith will restart for their team. Former netball player. Well, still is a netball player, I believe, but a former hockey and netball player to a very high level together. Played Hearts netball, London Pulse. Southgate's Robinson steps across and the whistle goes. Holt will restart. It's 4-0. Southgate lead here in the third quarter. Mason-Smith receives the ball, doesn't wait for a third touch, plays it down the line towards Edwards. It goes though to the red of Southgate.
This game's still got a lot of play left in it. I don't think the goal scoring has ended by any stretch of the imagination, but I also feel that opportunities are starting to come for Bishop Stortford. Now the pressure's off a little bit. They've got freedom to play. They played the occasion a tiny bit today as well as the 11 on the field for Southgate. That pressure now off, and I'm sure those opportunities will still come.
For Bishop Stortford, their next goal conceded, as that one just on the line from Burrows, but the umpire disagrees with me and the Southgate player. Charlotte Burrows, I thought, had taken that perfectly along line, bearing in mind the ball has to go right over the line. I was just saying, the next goal conceded by Bishop Stortford, their 50th of the season. For Southgate, that is their 50th goal of the season scored.
Lovely balance to that. Just also elsewhere in the table, I mean, looking that Bishop Stortford scored 20 goals this season, so goals are in that squad compared to Chelmsford, who are in 9th place with just 6 goals scored all season.
And I loved your analytics earlier, Andy, where you went through the process of working out how high up the table Bishop Stortford could finish. Now, jokes aside, because what did you realise, they could end up 4th, but it has to be this sort of magical miracle run of results.
Yes.
But what it does give them and what it does tell them is 3 or 4 positive performances, and they really can push themselves out of trouble. Chelmsford very much not out of sight. Bouncing ball left by Martin.
It's still looking very, very good for Southgate. They're still making the opportunities, moving through the gears quite smoothly. I think they could be a bit more clinical, Southgate.
And if you are interested, next week, Saturday 11th of March, Southgate are down at East London. A week later, they're away at London Wayfarers. Their next home match, 3:30 p.m, 25th of March. Big game against Hampstead and Westminster. As Philharmonica comes forward and then spins back for Bishop Stortford next week. They're back at home. The big game, of course, for Southgate, assuming they keep winning, is the 1st of April. No one wants to be a fool on that day as they play Guildford.
Burrows picks up the loose ball on the 23. The ball skips into the circle and is swept away. Southgate continuing to knock on the door.
Back it comes. Composure and control from Bobby Birkin into Philharmonica, very busy in the midfield. Back to Birkin once more. Lovely buzz around the ground at Southgate Hockey Centre. Cut inside, Charlotte Kelly, dispossessed by the number 20, Catherine Langridge. Langridge known as Titch, apparently, according to the coaching team. Martin, goal scorer, gets the ball back. That's really well worked. And then good defence. Richards coming across, long corner.
They're getting closer and closer and closer. Is this the opportunity as they can get the ball into the circle right now?
Philharmonica took it 5 yards. Now, what did that hit? Penalty corner given. Egan Evans doesn't like it. The umpire stops time to have a conversation with Mark Oldfield. I was going to say, it looked, Andy, like the contact came from the Southgate player behind, and that's what the umpires have just conferred about.
Indeed, we have the penalty corner music for the briefest of moments. Penalty corner overturned. Just 2 in the game then. Both scored from Southgate.
So we should start doing video reviews if we're broadcasting every game, Andy. You can do a Simon Mason and make all the calls. Not always correctly. Good old Mace. Down the line goes Mally Kane. Again, the pressure on Kokonos. Gives away the free hit. And Holt will restart for the blue of Bishop Stortford. It is, if you're just joining, a Super Saturday here at Southgate Hockey Club, where it's Southgate Women 4, Bishop Stortford 0. The all-conquering Southgate first team, and looking like they're going to go to 14 wins in a row this season. Robinson dancing past Edwards.
You're only impressed by Robinson's shielding of the ball there, really blocking the opportunity for, I think it was Davis of Bishop Stortford, from getting anywhere near it.
Richards wins the free hit, lifts the ball accidentally down the line, which is why play's allowed it to continue, and she sends it deep into the bottom corner. Bishop Stortford, Andy, you said they have had, what, 2 or 3 times of looking much more proactive in this second half. But as a stamina-sapping match takes its toll, will they manage to create any more opportunities?
I think the third quarter is probably the most telling quarter for Bishop Stortford, because I think the fourth, with the reduction in the playing numbers that they have today, just a match day 13 for Bishop Stortford, and of course the pressure of being 4 goals down as well, getting something in that third quarter is probably the most important. At the moment, though, it's not coming. Opportunity, though, here to press, and it is turned over. And look at the disappointment on Abby Barrett's face.
Yeah, Barrett thought she had the chance to break. She scored 2 in that 3-0 win against Chelmsford. In that historic win for Bishop Stortford, Nick Prowse's team into the National League for the first time. Over the head of Burrows there, not given as dangerous, although Burrows had to take evasive action and then barges her way through Kate Robinson. Whistle goes. There's Andy Richardson cutting a cold figure currently down here at Trent Park.
It's starting to turn a tiny bit, and I'm regretting wearing just a shirt for this second half of the game.
So the news there is, if you're coming for Southgate versus Old Loughtonians, wear a coat, but get yourself down. There's a good crowd in. So the clubhouse is really busy, really packed. The grandstand's about half full at the moment, but it's a well-supported day. Again, don't forget, the idea of Super Saturday was trying to set a benchmark to other clubs around the country. And Andy, one thing to say is the enthusiasm that clubs are starting to set as the quarter time whistle goes at the end of the third. We'll come back to that point at the start of the fourth quarter. It is Southgate 4, Bishop Stortford 0. An explosive start to the third quarter from Southgate with 2 goals in quick succession. Martin and Childs making it 3 and then 4-0 to the good for Southgate.
The score is Southgate 4, Bishop Stortford 0. Ladies and gentlemen, there is now the opportunity through the final quarter of the game to give your votes for the most valuable player. It can be a player from either team that you think is performed the best on this great day here at Southgate Hockey Centre. There's 2 ways of doing this. You can either give your votes to the stand stewards. If you're sat in the stands, you can just tell the stand stewards who will make a note. Alternatively, you can use social media, and you can use the Southgate Hockey Club social media to let us know. If you're on the balcony, some volunteers will be heading up and down to collect your votes as well. The winner of the most valuable player will receive a bottle of Corny & Barrow's finest wine at the end of game presentation, which takes place after the men's game in the bar.
Charlotte Burrows are all smiles as she heads back out onto the pitch here at the Southgate Hockey Centre. 1 quarter left between Southgate and Bishop Stortford. And just to put some interesting context between these 2 teams, don't forget, away from home, it was 6-1 to Southgate. Bishop Stortford will very much be looking to keep it down below that scoreline. They'll have been pleased to score one of the 6 goals against Southgate that Southgate have conceded in 13 all season, as Cathcart steals the ball, and off goes Southgate in search through Vickers of a 5th. Free hit goes Bishop Stortford's way.
A more measured restart. Is there a ball on here? No, unfortunately not, but there's turnover. The fight is still there with Bishop Stortford.
That's good work from Langridge. Up top is Barrett. They've got players forward this time.
It is a time to throw caution to the wind.
That's a very nice hit from Katie Richards. Sadly, it was about 1.5 meters, 2 meters too far to the left as she looked. Powell unable to get there.
Still, it's a nice idea. That sort of ball wasn't happening in the first quarter for Bishop Stortford. Now it's on. Is that something for Southgate to think about possibly as well? you're also at the time of the game where the clean sheet is as much as the 3 points as well. That clean sheet gives confidence in the defence as well. Wins breed confidence, clean sheets breed confidence. What can Southgate get out of this game?
Yeah, they've conceded under half a goal a game this season, which is a stunningly good season. Molly Smith, junior international quality, but not pushed much today. Not an overly stressful game in goal for the Southgate number 1, as Martin tries to steal the ball off Richards. Ola Renshaw up there, in fact. Egan Evans doesn't let Ola Renshaw get close to her. Lovely little ball to Langridge, that's better. Andy Day nods alongside me, and the whistle goes in favour of Bishop Stortford too.
Sometimes when you get commentary duos, you got good cop and bad cop. I don't want to be the Bishop Stortford cheerleader, but things are starting to work for them. There's something in this game for them to take out of it.
But that's also the crucial thing within any league season for any team. Where they're coming from and what their expected outcome of the season is. You know, Southgate have been here in this league for a long time. As forward comes Cathcart. Great support from Vickers. Vickers gets it. She's 1-on-1 with Martin, and she just fluffs her lines as she went to the reverse stick, falling.
That one looked like it was going to be the highlight goal of the day, but footing at the last minute, falling foul of Vickers.
Egan Evans, Bishop Stortford, again just unable to keep their composure. Pearl Mason-Smith that time it was. Going back to that expectation, new into the National League, a real mix as Philharmonica plays the ball off the end line of youth and experience. Pearl Mason-Smith, one of those youngsters in this Bishop Stortford team. Players for the future, gaining vital National League exposure. We mentioned, Andy, in the third quarter about how clubs around the country now are really getting passionate, positive followings. Exactly what Southgate are looking to do here today. The likes of the East Grinstead Faithful and the Firm. What's that? That's Old Georgians, isn't it? And other passionate fan groups. And England Hockey absolutely behind this growth and passion for following first team hockey and getting people out there. Good pick up by Mason-Smith.
I think that was a little bit disappointment from 19 Pearl Mason-Smith. I think she wanted to get the advantage with a ball and go straight away, but she's been brought back by the umpire. That actually may go in Bishop Stortford's favour. They've got time to build something now from a higher field position.
Robinson, lovely hands past the other Robinson. Powell just lifted her leg thinking the ball was going to come through to her. Instead, Bobby Birkin collected and Ola Renshaw can come away. One-handed glided past to Vickers. She's got Cruikshank and Cathcart in there for her. Ola Renshaw reaches for the ball. Cruikshank gives away the free hit.
You were speaking about the teams and the travelling fans that are now starting to travel with the teams as well and adding to that match day experience. Sometimes when you go to a ground, it's 100% the home side, and just that little bit of extra atmosphere created by away supporters just makes a big difference.
Of course, so much hockey to watch around the UK at the moment, around the world at the moment. Hobart is currently playing host to the FIH Pro League. Australia, fabulous hosts as ever down in Tasmania. USA are going along well. They lost just 2-1 to Australia earlier on today under David Passmore, the former Ireland coach. Burrows, of course, the FIH Pro League comes to not a million miles from here, Andy. East London, the Lee Valley Stadium. 26th of May, that all starts. Down the line, Ola Renshaw. Good from Ali Martin. Langridge. Barrett takes it down very well.
And I must say that you're getting that information off the top of your head as well. Impressive stuff about the dates coming up for the Pro League, and of course the games going on in Hobart at the moment. He's good. He's very good.
Well, the Hobart leg, of course, off the back of Australia Women, the Hockey Roos hosting in Sydney a few weeks ago. Cruikshank, bouncing ball, Ola Renshaw, great chance, oh really unselfish, and slotted home by Robinson, and it is a high five for Southgate. Ola Renshaw was so unselfish there, and Robinson makes it 5.
I think Martin was more than committed on this one as we watch the replay. That little movement forward caused the goalkeeper to come forward, and that movement out to the right hand side to find Ali Robinson to put the ball into the unguarded goal.
And the crowd next to us enjoying that one, talking about passionate fans in domestic hockey. The drinks are flowing in Southgate. 5 goals are very, very welcome. But Bishop Stortford are not done. It's well worked by former captain Charles. Wins the free hit and a green card shown to Pearl Mason-Smith, her second of the game. Well, bit of a 50-50 there, Andy. I actually thought Mason-Smith was unlucky to be carded there. Ola Renshaw doesn't care. She hacks the ball forward, missing the mark though.
Just talking about the crowds, so we've got a little view here. We've got the big screen as well, which has been a welcome addition to the arena today, and a look around the grounds as well. There's so much activity, and of course we've been treated to a couple of great games with another which surely will follow.
And the other match which follows, as Andy alluded to there, Southgate against Old Loughtonians in the men's England Hockey National 1. Ola Renshaw through the legs, all aboard the showboat from the number 17, Jess Ola Renshaw. Outstanding today. What an opening goal from her. And then real flair. Martin, another goal scorer.
Opportunities to come.
Martin, good hands, good defence though from the team down to 10 players.
Just while we're at the pause, if you're watching via Southgate social media, do let us know who your MVP is. Those votes are being tallied up as well, and a presentation will be awarded to the MVP of the game. So if you're watching, do let us know via social media on any of the Southgate channels about who your MVP of the game is.
Out of interest, Andy, who would you have so far?
Oh, it's a tough one. There have been quite a few standout players, but in different spells of the game. Kokinos, who started the game very strongly on this near side, and then Ola Renshaw towards the second half of the game in this. So there's a couple of candidates that stand out, but who's really taken the game by the scruff of the neck?
Sophia Martin picks up and drops the ball off. She's scored in the game so far, former Watford footballer. Went to the under-21 World Cup last year as well. Kokinos, Powell out to meet her. It is currently Southgate 5, Bishop Stortford 0. Bishop Stortford with good defensive performance today. They've worked tirelessly, as you said, Andy, a couple of times with a shorter squad than Southgate. They've come in here, set their stall out. It hasn't quite gone as they wanted, but they very much not disgraced themselves. Kate Robinson wins the free hit, excuse me.
It's a mention of Watford, that's what's done it for you.
It was, apologies. The Hornets coming to mind.
Kate Robinson receives the ball a few seconds ago when she earned the free hit. She puffed out her cheeks and really feeling the effort of the game.
I tell you, he'll comment on social media if he happens to be watching with us talking about Watford, is Andy Halliday, former England manager, who's a passionate Hornet for his sins. Picked up well by Southgate, looking for forward for Emma McIntyre. Philomonica it was, who I thought was going to get the ball originally. She didn't. Can Stortford get a goal against Southgate for the second time this season? Something even the mighty Guildford have failed to do so far. Score against Southgate. Mason-Smith back into play, but she was double teamed and gave the ball to Philomonica.
Space is starting to open up in the midfield that Southgate are looking to exploit with these little triangular movements as well, moving out to the left-hand side neatly, moving incrementally along the field of play. A little bit of a delay here. Not sure who was going to take that free, the ball from the side, but we're back underway now.
Burrows. Lovely bouncing ball. Vickers, who's posted up so well for the team today. Martin. Silky hands from Sophia Martin. Walker.
Nodding doesn't come across very well on commentary, it must be said, but yes, I was in total agreement with you.
Back goes Philomonica, whose protection of the ball was not deemed acceptable by the umpire. And Southgate flood back, and look at the energy in defence. The team 5-0 up. And Charlotte Childs even at 5-0. Not happy with to allow Bishop Stortford 5 metres more than they should have had. Mason Smith, that was a good ball. It was a good ball, but there was no chance taken by Darcy Edwards.
She did look in prime position to take that ball, but it was maybe one stride away from being a receivable pass.
Some young, exciting talent for Bishop Stortford on show today. But the more experienced and still exciting talent within this Southgate team winning the weight so far, as back across goes Charlotte Kelly. Picked up by Powell, thrown away to Halliday. Ellie Halliday, Andy, a crucial player for this Southgate team, because she just sits deep and creates that rock in the back for Southgate.
Bishop Stortford compressed into the third of the field at the moment. They've been completely bypassed.
Charles has Vickers ahead of her. Crookshank getting up there too. Burrows into the edge of the circle on the left-hand side. Wants a penalty corner. Gets the penalty corner. And at 5-0, can Southgate make it number 6? Now, the umpire on the other side of the pitch, umpire Oldfield, I think is going to turn this over. Yes, he is. He's given a free hit just outside. Correcting Chris Peart's decision, or amending, I should say, Chris Peart's decision. Bouncing ball to Vickers, who again posts up really, really well.
We were looking at a penalty corner 20 seconds ago, and now it's an opportunity for Bishop Stortford to clear.
Egan Evans tops the ball. Kokonos loses sight of the ball. Comes forward though.
Good recovery from Kokonos as well, that.
Robinson has been exceptional at the centre of the park for Southgate today. Lovely cross ball towards Cathcart, excuse me. How to play it goes off the stick of Helen Cathcart. And Katie Richards with the free out for Bishop Stortford. Well, it was a 5-goal difference when they played up at Bishop Stortford College back in October. Mason Smith down the left-hand side. Burrows scurries next to her once more.
I was watching the progress of Burrows as that move was moving on. She moved across the full width of the field. Penalty corner.
Not 5. Signalled by the umpire. So Bishop Stortford have their first penalty corner of the game. And just to remind you, they scored against Southgate earlier in the season. Can they do so twice in 2 matches? Just 6 goals conceded by Southgate all season. Will 2 of a potential 7 come from Bishop Stortford, which would be some feather in the Stortford cap.
Martha Holt was going over to inject the ball. Who's the likeliest, do you feel? Who's going to field this one? My money is on Rory Fletcher, but we'll see how it pans out.
Kate Robinson is stood there. It comes across to Egan Evans. Off the post and then wide. Oh, so close.
I'd really want to see that on the replay if we can. That was such a chance. Nice set, and it was deflected onto the post from nearer than the penalty spot. And this is an even better angle still.
Louisa Davies it is with the deflection, the number 40.
Play continues. Southgate are on the attack again.
Well, Bishop Stortford, fair play to them. as Ola Renshaw continues to go 3D. Mason Smith wins the free hit. Sorry, excuse me, it's in fact Kate Robinson who wins the free hit. But Stortford keeping going to the very last. They may be 5-0 down, but they nearly there. Made it 5-1. Davies hitting the post. Robinson, how to play it goes. Long corner given, the umpire just in two minds.
Trying to get a feel for just how long is left in this game. We don't have the benefit of a match clock.
And that's the issue, Andy. We could have started the clock ourselves, but of course it's very difficult to judge exactly when the umpires start and stop. Vickers again. Ola Renshaw, good save. Martin stepping forward, proactive goalkeeping. Penalty corner given as Mason Smith tried to come away. So Southgate 5-0 to the good. And another penalty corner for them.
Final whistle blows, so this is an opportunity for Southgate to load the edge of the circle.
Can Southgate score 6 against Bishop Stortford for the second time this season? They haven't had it all their own way today. Stortford hitting the posts right at the last, in the last few minutes, through Louisa Davies. Ola Renshaw on the right-hand side. Goes to the left. Kokonos it was. Whistle goes Stortford's way, and there is the final whistle. An enthralling encounter. Southgate score 5. Bishop Stortford were brave. They nearly scored 1 themselves, but in the end it finishes here at Trent Park at the Southgate Hockey Centre. Southgate 5, Bishop Stortford 0.
And the final score is Southgate 5, Bishop Stortford 0. Southgate 5, Bishop Stortford 0. Well played to everyone, a fantastic game. Thank you to everyone for supporting on the sidelines.
Well, Andy Date is going to go down pitch side and have a conversation with 1 or 2 of the coaches.
30 minutes to refresh yourselves, avail yourself of our fine food and drink.
A fine performance in the end from the top team in the league. 14 in a row now for Southgate women's first team, as they look to make their way into the Vitality National League Division 1 for the first time ever. That crucial win against Guildford. And they continue now 14 matches in a row without dropping a point. All building towards Guildford on the 1st of April. Will it all come down to that one? Guildford 3 points behind, which is the best they can hope to be after today. To come for Southgate, East London, London Wayfarers, Hampstead and Westminster, and then that all-important match against Guildford on April Fool's Day. But it's finished here. 5 goals to Southgate. Ola Renshaw, Walker, Martin, Charles and Robinson. None to Bishop Stortford, but Davies hit the post off Egan Evans' penalty corner. A clever penalty corner it was indeed. We're just waiting for some post-match interviews. Andy Day has hot-footed it down through the crowds, and there are good crowds here. Southgate looking to set a national domestic league attendance record today. I'd be intrigued to know how many people actually are here, because at the moment the clubhouse is swarming. The pizzas, the food, the drink all being consumed around me. Hoping a pizza might make its way to the commentary box soon. Maybe Andy Day's found his way pitch side for the interviews. It'll be interesting to hear from Andy Richardson and potentially, also Nick Prowse. I'm sure he'll be proud of the performance that Bishop Stortford put in here. 13 players in their squad. Southgate, of course, fully loaded. And in the end, it finished 5-0 to the league leaders. There is a reason they are league leaders, as Old Loughtonians warm up for the next match. And here, a replay of the highlights from the game. Ola Renshaw, this was the opening goal. Her 3D skills today, exceptional. Lovely finish. Took a deflection off Ali Martin. Ola Renshaw started as Southgate meant to go on. Fabulous goal from her. Then, quickly 2-0 from Flora Walker. Penalty corner. Again, Martin getting a boot to it. Kokinos, it bounced out to Sophia Martin. There's a reason she is included in the England and Great Britain development squads and went to the Under-21s World Cup, scoring the third for Southgate. Martin, nothing she could do again. Cathcart was up high. It was finished though by Charles, the number 22, with support. And then, as Ola Renshaw went unselfish, Kate Robinson on her shoulder made it 5-0 to Southgate. What a performance. What we didn't see was Bishop Stortford hit the post through Louisa Davies just before the 5th goal. We're now going to go pitch side, where I believe we've got an interview with Andy Day, who's with one of the coaches.
I'm with Nick Prowse, coach of Bishop Stortford. A 5-0 defeat today, but I'm sure there are positives you can take from that game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we came here with a game plan to frustrate Southgate. They're top of the league for a reason, quality outfit. We were down in numbers for a variety of reasons, so I think the girls worked extremely hard. We frustrated Southgate for long parts of that game. Obviously, they scored a couple of quality goals, and probably what cost us a little bit was those 2 early goals in the second half. But we didn't stop, we didn't let our heads go down. We never stopped fighting. So very proud of the girls, and we look forward to Horsham next week. It's a big sort of 6-pointer for us. So we, turning performance like that, we'll definitely beat them. So I think that'll be, I think positively from us. We got 4 under-16s in that squad. And I think they sort of saw what they needed to, the levels they need to reach to play national level, National League level hockey. So yeah, really proud of them. So.
Brilliant stuff, and that's all looking forward to next week as well. Team are set and ready to go, and will be ready to go by next week.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got 2 more players coming back next week. We're at home. Horsham, we drew 2-2 at their place, obviously we need to win to try and climb the table, but confident if we have those energy levels and intensity levels, and we work the patterns of play that we work on each week at training, very confident we can get the win next week.
Nick, good luck for next week. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
For Bishop Stortford next week, it's Horsham. As Nick Prowse said, they picked up a point 2-2 against Horsham earlier in the season. Then on the 18th of March, away from home, it's Hampstead and Westminster for the Bishop Stortford team as they look to claw their way off the bottom. Andy Day is currently running quicker than Ola Renshaw across the pitch here at Southgate. Andy Richardson was running away from him. Luckily, Mr. Day is pretty rapid, and he's collared the women's first team coach, Andy Richardson, and he's now readying himself for an interview over pitch side. Andy Day and Andy Richardson.
Andy Richardson, coach of Southgate, 5-0 and a clean sheet. Happy with that?
Very happy with that. Got to be happy with a clean sheet and a win. So just about keeping the things going and keeping the momentum going and making sure we win each week now.
Do you know the results in the other game as well yet today?
I don't. I think they were playing about 15 minutes before us, so I'll have a look in a minute. So we'll wait and see. We'll wait and see. But we can only just do. We can only do what we can do and make sure we keep performing like that and making sure we win our games.
And of course, the
girls can now relax and watch the rest of Super Saturday here.
They can enjoy a drink and enjoy watching the men play, and hopefully they get the result that they need as well.
Congratulations on a 5-0 win today.
Thank you very much. Cheers, guys. Thank you.
Thanks very much to both Andys. Positivity all round from Andy Richardson, and as he said, one eye on Guildford's result. Their confirmation of our game so far today. What a Super Saturday it has been. That match between Southgate Women's Ones and Bishop Stortford finished Southgate 5, Bishop Stortford 0. Top versus bottom went to form, but Bishop Stortford very nearly got on the score sheet. Coming up in about 10 minutes or so, well 20 minutes excuse me, or so, Southgate Men's Ones against Old Loughtonians. A push for promotion back into the top flight of English hockey, and a derby day between Southgate and Old Loughtonians here on Southgate Super Saturday. We'll see you in about 10 minutes time.
GDN Fitness and Hockey, Europe's first hockey-specific gym, is here to support your club with a year-round strength and conditioning programme called Club Member.
Our aim is to build strong, robust and injury-free players. We understand each player has their own approach to fitness, so we've created different training options to suit everyone.
Train at home with GDN's virtual classes. We run 2 classes a week that can be accessed live or on demand in your own time. If you guys prefer following an instructor, then join us for our 6-person group PT with 30 minutes in the gym and 30 minutes on the pitch.
If you had any specific goals, our hockey personal trainers will tailor sessions for individuals, whether it's improving your drag flick or rehabilitating an injury.
Team S&C at GDN, a 2-hour session to coach safe and effective lifting techniques, teach speed, agility and quickness drills, and team building ahead of the season. And finally, a coach day at GDN, where coaches learn how to take a well-structured, evidence-based warm-up to ensure teams are game ready every time.
The elite teams of the club will have to train even harder if they're looking to gain promotion.
We'll provide a monthly periodised gym programme which progresses throughout the season and runs alongside your team training and matches.
The team can follow the programme via our app in their own time, at home or in the gym.
Find training that suits you in keeping fitter and performing better as a player.
Welcome to Club Member.
We look forward to starting the season strong.
And supporting the club, the team and the players.
Christ, Gran, I thought you were dying. Language, Rosie.
If you want revolution, you must have slaughter on your mind.
Hey, surprise, surprise, eh? The two sides of the same coin. Take my word.
Calling Union Star. Union Star.
There's nothing wrong with me as I am.
What are you asking for? My confession?
Just the truth.
I'm going to try and not get emotional about this because I am actually quite sad that this is my last game.
We'll just have a couple of minutes, then we'll get out on the pitch.
Let's finish this season on high. And let's set yourselves up for a good season next year. But yeah, no, last game of the season.
Let's enjoy it, yeah? Don't take that 50% shot. Let's make sure we've got a short retain it, pass it around, get yourself off, get a drink, get yourself back on, let's just manage the side. We're in a strong position. All we're looking to do, get results. Just have patience, perspective, 100% effort all the way through.
So really not long until the final game of Super Saturday here at Southgate. It's the men's 1, team versus Old Loughtonians men's ones in Men's Division 1 South. Now's a really good time to take your seats in the stands. If you can make your way over, we will have a fantastic welcome. Sarah Minns will be serenading us before the start of the game. Once again, please make your way to your seats if you can. Not long now until we get the game off and underway. If you haven't already bought your programme, it's still time to do it. Programme sellers are dotted around the venue. If you want to go directly to the source, programmes are available halfway between the two grandstands on the far side. Once again, not long at all until we get off and underway in the final game of the day. 5:30 start for Southgate versus Old Loughtonians. Just 5 minutes now, 5 minutes until the big welcome. If you're in the clubhouse, now's the time to take your seats in the stands. 5 minutes until the big welcome. Let's give both teams on Super Saturday here at Southgate a huge welcome to the field of play. 5 minutes until we welcome the teams.
Well, match number 2 of our broadcast here from the Southgate Hockey Centre, and it is a huge clash, a local derby at the top of Men's Division 1 South in the English Hockey League. First versus third. Southgate Hockey Club sit first in the league. Old Loughtonians from just up the road, a mere wander, although it's not advised, along the M25. 9 points difference in their season. Southgate have only lost against Teddington from down south of the river, down in South London all season. That's the only negative result for Southgate so far, chasing promotion back to where both these teams believe they belong, in the very top tier of the English Hockey League. Well, this amazing attempt to break the domestic record. Hadji Georgiou, the goalkeeper for Southgate, in the squad today. Birkin, Middleton, Vesson, Hurtado, who played at the World Cup recently. I commentated on him for Chile against the Netherlands. Quan Brown, assistant coach for England and Great Britain. Dan West, Matt Allister, John Stellini, the captain, Julio Farini, Teague Meccano of Trinidad and Tobago, Simon Walker, Charles Hamilton, Rob Schilling, former US international Rob Gill, and Vivek Donga, who is a very, very exciting young player for an injury-ravaged Southgate. Now, Lee Ibble, former Welsh goalkeeper, and Jerry Smith lead Old Loughtonians here. Tranter, the Welsh goalkeeper, Robert Bloss, William Godfrey, George Lilly, Mark Loffrey, who is a former Irish international, Andrew McGregor, Ewan Gilmore, Tom Watson, Connor Kaplan. The captain actually wears 16, not 12. A late number change for Kaplan, so mark your card there. He used to play for Canterbury Hockey Club out in Hobart, Tasmania. Edward Fleet, Nathan Gladman, Dan Jackson, Harvey Edwards. 19 is Max Sydenham. 20 is Max Heaver, who used to play with Kaplan out in Tasmania. And 22, James Thomas, as I said, led by the Highgate school coach Lee Ibble. Great to catch up with Lee earlier on, a former junior international teammate of mine. Once faced the mighty Germany together. We were at one point one apiece, and Lee played superbly. And that's the goalkeeper for Southgate, Ollie Wickens, with the number 1 on his back. Savas Haji Georgiou. In fact, it is, Haji Georgiou in goal today for Southgate. Just looking around, there is only one goalkeeper for Southgate. At the other end, the number 1, Jack Tranter, who has international experience, as Haji Georgiou does, for Cyprus. Southgate come in here top of the pile. They've lost once all season. The aim today is to break the domestic attendance record, which is set at 700. And the aim today is to get around 1,000 people here. Now, the news, I was talking to the brilliant Alistair Watley, the club secretary at Southgate, who's worked tirelessly to get this event on. He really has. And he said before play today, 600 tickets had been snapped up. 600 spectators, pretty much guaranteed. We hope we can break the 700 mark. It's all about trying to inspire all the clubs around the country to aim to get huge crowds out. Nick Pink, the CEO of England Hockey, was really positive in his praise of these efforts at Southgate and all other clubs around the country. Of course, some fabulous crowds, some fabulous noise at the recent indoor national finals, the Super Sixes, which happened on the same day as the World Cup final did. Germany winning that one. I'm just seeing, walking down in front of me, Sarah Minns, the opera singer, who's coming out to sing I Vow to Thee My Country and entertain the crowd here at Southgate Hockey Centre at Trent Park. Over to Sarah for some stunning opera.
Once again, let's hear it for opera singer Sarah Minns performing I Vow to Thee My Country. Fantastic. From Sarah Mins, let's hear it for Sarah.
And out come the umpires and the ball patrol for this one. A huge match at the top of the men's South Division. Connor Kaplan leads Old Loughtonians from just down the way. Third in the league. They get a hostile reception from some, but not from others. Great to see. The likes of Ewan Gilmore, the number 6 Mark Lochry, and 7 Andy McGregor. Late to join them, George Lilly, and their goalkeeper Jack Tranter. Tranter, 28 years of age, the ex-president of Nottingham University Hockey Club. And in the mist and the smoke comes Southgate. The likes of number 10, John Stellini, the captain, leading from the front. Jose Hurtado back from Bhubaneswar, back from Raakala, here to Trent Park. His 60 caps from Chile, for Chile. And he will wear today the number 5. Quan Brown, of course, the player coach, the former Trinidad and Tobago player. He played 329 times for Trinidad and Tobago. Assistant coach of the England men's team. For Paul Rivington's team. And the crowd here, excitable. The teams being introduced to them. In goal for Southgate to confirm. The number change. Savas Haji Georgiou wears number 1, not 21. Ollie Wicken's out. 5 players out across the Southgate men's ones team. Tads Rivet, torn meniscus, retired. We hope that that heals very soon indeed. Ian Gordon recovering from cancer. We wish him all well and hope he's back in a Southgate shirt or back at the club next season. Matt Ramshaw, England international, made his debut for England, scoring twice against France in the Pro League at Lee Valley last summer. Broken metatarsal. He aims to be back for the Bristol match as the match ball, sponsored by SP Action Images, makes its way slaloming on the back of the remote controlled car. Out to the umpires. It's taking its time. Dave Munger gets down and picks the ball up.
Please put your hands together for both teams. And also, if you can, put your hands in your pockets for the charities for Super Saturday. Thanks once again, North London Hospice, Worldwide Cancer Research, and the Southgate Sports and Leisure Trust. It's time to get the game on.
Nearly time to go. Meccano will start for Southgate with the centre pass. Sorry, excuse me, the umpires for this one are Rob Jenkins and Johnny Downer. Nearly time to go. Jack Tranter taking his time to be ready. Played in the 2019 and 2021 Euro A division. Of course, after the heroics of Toby Reynolds-Cottrell of Wales, his countryman, this year out at the World Cup. We're underway here. Welcome to the action. Sam Weeson playing at left back for Southgate. Good pace from Quan Brown. Offloads to Brown. Hurtado offers. Forward comes Lilly to try and stop Southgate under a very, very noisy group of fans next to me. Hurtado, the Chilean, under pressure. Andy Day has come alongside me, ready to offer his thoughts. As across goes Teague Meccano. And Southgate come away down the left-hand side. Kaplan. Under possession. And all the way back it goes to the number 7, Andy McGregor. McGregor, good ball pace. Trying to lift it down the line, and Southgate ball it will be. And Quan Brown sits deep. Southgate currently top of the table, just the one loss to Teddington all year. But 5 players out of action for them at the moment. Richmond Lump, broken finger, the Kiwi under-21 player, Karen Soffert, who split his shin running out on a penalty corner last weekend. It's 0-0 here. Andy Day finally finished with tinkering on his notes and doing all the announcing. Andy, this one a huge clash.
Indeed, local rivals, and both sides, as is traditional in such a tense game like this, feeling each other out, trying to get the handle on each other.
Forward it comes into the midfield. Nicely taken by John Stellini. Very quickly done. Up in on the top of the circle, Charles Hamilton just looking for an early post-up opportunity. Brown. And go to the left-hand side where Sam Lyson offered something to the stooping number 13 Fleet. Sorry, number 18, Harvey Edwards. Now something I've flagged, Andy, is the Old Loughtonians numbers. Black on dark purple is tough to pick up on from a distance. It really is.
Numbers on shirts, absolutely my favourite subject. I remember back to the World Cup in the summer at Nottingham, and one particular team who I won't mention who had gold on white. Yes, that reaction tells me everything.
Kit designers of the world. It needs to be simple. It needs to be obvious. As back goes, that is Edward Fleet, and he goes aerial. Fleety as he's known. His aerial over and past Quan Brown, who misses the ball, gets the free out.
Real whip on that aerial ball as well.
Yeah, Fleet, 29 years of age, claims he's the real captain of Old Loughtonians, despite the fact Connor Kaplan wears the R-band. And the pickup was by George Lilly, stopped in his tracks. Ball forward, nicely done by Meccano. Somehow offloaded to Hurtado, who lifts the ball towards Hamilton. Free hit going Old Lought's way.
Very promising start from both sides this. Two teams not afraid to have a go at each other in the early stages.
The history of these two teams, these two clubs, really is something to behold. 1886 Southgate formed back at the Cherry Tree Public House. Old Lought's a little bit later, but still 1921. It really is two English hockey heavyweights. Forward goes West, finds Meccano. Lovely quick turn from him and a powerful run, winning the free hit. West trying to get the ball going quickly. Danny West. Space for Vyson on the left-hand side. Brown has the ball.
Really good use of the body on the edge of the circle as well, making that space appear. I think we'll see a lot more of that through the game as well, a lot of physicality.
Hamilton waiting in the middle. The ball goes Southgate's way, just outside the circle. Julio Farini gets it back. Hamilton, lovely post-up play again. It flicks up and given Southgate's way, just outside the circle once more. Brown offers a deep option as far as Southgate are concerned. Vyson Good from Hurtado. Good strength from him. Gets the free hit, which Vyson will take.
Once again, the metronome that is Quan Brown plays the ball to the edge of the circle.
The effort from Stellini. By the number 18, Harvey Edwards. Edwards thinks about sending it long instead. Leaves it alone to the more experienced players behind him. Nearest to the pass is Mark Loffrey. And picked up by Rob Bloss, who started things off here for Old Loughtonians. Searching for Loffrey. Brothers who have played for Ireland. His brother played over 100 times. As Andy Leibel was more than happy to tell me that he was the less experienced of the two brothers, despite claiming he was the better of the two brothers, apparently. Brown will get the ball again.
I'm keeping a close eye on Hamilton in the circle. I think he's the most likeliest.
Lovely hands. Decent. Drops it back. West. Still going West, a tricky customer. The aerial ball, not the best that time from Ewan Gilmore.
You could see what the intention was a mile away.
Now the intention from Julio Farini. Tries to find Meccano. Good from Rob Schilling. Well, Andy Days found his coat, which is important because temperature has dropped.
It certainly has, and I'm looking forward to the half-time entertainment where it's the still time to come down as well if you're nearby and join in the Crossbar Challenge.
A great crowd in. Meccano, penalty corner. Southgate get the first of the game. So Southgate get the first chance from the top of the circle. Quan Brown wanders forward to offer his thoughts. Over wanders Jack Middleton to inject. Up there too, Drew Birkin. Meccano to the right-hand side.
Who do you feel is the likeliest contender on the edge of the circle for Southgate?
Well, Birkin looked like he's shaping like he's expecting it, but he's also got Quan Brown just to the left-hand side of him. Is a slip coming? We wait to see. Meccano stoops low. Out it comes. It will be Birkin. It's taken a big old deflection. Brown on the baseline was Middleton, who'd injected. Penalty corner once more, number 2.
Impressive movement around the circle for Southgate in that routine. Will we see something similar or something different in this movement? It's the same player, Middleton, who will inject.
Birkin once more stooping, waiting. Former Nottingham Trent University player. Now it's from Welwyn Garden City, not far from here. This time it's Meccano. Goes low. Middleton, gilt-edged chance, misses it. Penalty stroke. Penalty stroke given. Middleton went for the shot on goal, and the umpire had no doubt.
Umpire was in a great position as well. There was the block. And there was the second movement of the ball. Chopped down the decision. And the Southgate have a great opportunity to open the scoring here.
So Quan Brown against Jack Tranter. Tranter, who used to work for the British University and College Sport. And Quan Brown, who used to coach the likes of London Metropolitan. I remember playing against him for Loughborough University up in Wakefield in a semi-final a number of years ago. Forward Walks Quan Brown. Tranter, big frame. And he scores it, Brown. Competently done.
I'll tell you what, he made that look easy.
That's a goal for the boss man, number 7, Quan Brown.
Just a little wiggle of the wand, wasn't there? Look at this. One way, the other way.
Hardly
Easy
any
as that.
backlift. Beautiful finish, low into the goal, but just above the backboard. Sent the goalkeeper the wrong way. Perfect, textbook.
Very, very, very good from Quan Brown. Made that look so simple. And Old Louts find themselves 1-0 down here as Aidan McCrossan, Scottish player, gets them moving down the left-hand side. And at the moment, they're struggling, Andy, just to get any form of possession. As back slightly hobbling goes Mark Loffrey. Goal scorer Quan Brown. Southgate with a perfect start. It is Southgate 1, Old Loughtonians 0 here on Super Saturday. As Southgate look to break the domestic league record or set a benchmark. It's believed to be 700. Although, Andy, as we said earlier on in the women's match, conversations on social media in the week about a match in the 90s up to 2000. Manny Kosher, hope he's watching and listening at home, was very vocal and positive about what was going on here. But remember playing, I believe playing in a match, I think it was Reading versus Isker, he was saying. It was 2000, but not official. So we're hoping today to set a benchmark.
Was that back in 1988? I think that may have been. I remember a conversation.
Yes, you're right, actually. Yeah, you are. Yep, 88, exactly. There was also a match in the late 90s, which I think at Reading had a good number of supporters. Remember the European Cup Winners' Cup, as it was back in the early thousands at Reading. It was really well supported, but probably not over 1,000 a day. Battling through the midfield.
Indeed, watching a good spell for Old Loughtonians as they try to move quickly on the left-hand side, but that we will be brought back for a restart, pretty much on the 23-metre line. As we're waiting for that, there are so many players attached to clubs that go and train and then don't watch the first team or the second team, so I think it's quite important to stick around.
Or international hockey beyond that as well, and I think that's another crucial link-up between the domestic games around the world and the international game. It's a great way to learn, to get inspired, as many are being here as backtracks Ed Fleet into the Old Loughtonians half, followed by Mark Loffrey. Southgate retrieve the ball.
Southgate have seen off that spell of Old Loughtonians pressure. And once again, moving through the gears, looking through the aerial, that's gone a long way. That's a nice takedown, but the second touch wasn't there.
Yeah, Drew Birkin immediately gets back and gets his stick up in the air, trying to slow the forward intentions of Old Loughtonians. Loffrey leaves it alone. Ed Fleet throws another aerial, and it's well taken down by Ewan Gilmore, but his touch given as a free out for Southgate. As in jumped Rob Schilling. The team to have given Gilmore enough space to take the ball down.
There's a real nice ebb and flow to this game. You've got no idea which way it's going to turn. Of course, Southgate are ahead, but it's Old Loughtonians who are pressing for an equaliser.
Well done by Quan Brown. Wins the free hit as well. Walking his way back, Andy McGregor. Literally Quan Brown's opposite number today. Forward comes Schilling. Good searching ball for Hamilton, who made a very good lead. Now, the crowd didn't like that tackle, but the umpire did. There'll be a physicality down below us. Good start to the game. A good goal is the difference so far, and it came from an exceptional player in Quan Brown, the player coach of Southgate.
If you are enjoying the game as well, tell a friend, tell them to tune in and watch along.
SouthgateHC.org.uk, of course, streaming on the Southgate Hockey Club website. Max Sydenham trying to make a nuisance of himself. Hurtado can't keep control of the ball as it was taken by McGregor. McGregor gets high. Doesn't get the ball yet from Harvey Edwards on that left-hand side. On the reverse, oh, flashing cross behind the likes of Julio Farini of Southgate.
That was a good run, but there's a disappointing ball across the circle just behind the leading player for Old Loughtonians. This game is really starting to warm up quite nicely.
First versus third. Here at Trent Park and the Southgate Hockey Centre. Hamilton goes on to the reverse. It just raced away from him slightly as he tried to get the shot off quickly, and Tranter saves well.
Nice movement, and also is that there's a stoppage here. We can only speculate as to what the reason for the discussion is. I'm guessing it's all settled now.
Brown receives the ball, eyes immediately forward. Lovely ball pace to Meccano, finds a foot of the number 4, Will Godfrey. Godfrey who...
Nice pace into the circle.
Hits short corners for Old Louts. That's surely going to be a penalty corner. No, it's not, it's gone the other way. And now... someone has annoyed the umpire here.
International sign language for too much chat. Looked for a moment like a card was going to come out.
You can always tell by the long toot on the whistle and then that nervous feeling as a player. Not that I've ever experienced it, of course, Andy. Angelic.
Pure player, pure player.
Meccano very busy in defence for Southgate. Opportunity. The ball forward. Brown cutting out on the hotline. Can't then pick up, and a chance now for Old Louts to come forward. For Edwards, I think it was. West, such a tricky player to keep under wraps. Ball bouncing across the top of the circle, and well dealt with. Slung away.
3 players in good positions in that circle as well, and that was a little bit of a waste of a ball into the circle, but well dispatched by Old Loughtonians from defence.
Brown again forward, clipping off the stick of Stellini. It wasn't where he wanted it to go. It's clattered in the back of the head accidentally. And now the chance to come forward for Tom Watson. Lovely ball from Watson. What a ball! Well, the radar of Tom Watson is very much on.
I'm enjoying this game very much, and hopefully you are too, wherever you might be watching us today.
Of course, some fabulous charities having money raised for them by Southgate Hockey Club today. The foundation that maintains the infrastructure here. There's Nathan Gladman, son of an Old Loughtonians club legend. Free hit just inside for Old Louts as the quarter-time whistle goes, and the only goal between these two teams coming from the uber experience of Quan Brown from the penalty spot at the end of the first 15. It's Southgate 1, Old Loughtonians 0.
And at the end of the first quarter, the score is Southgate 1, Old Loughtonians 0. The goal coming from player coach number 7, Quan Brown. A reminder that we've got a signed Sam Ward and an entire England World Cup shirt signed by all the squad available for an online auction. So check out if you're in the stands, or in fact if you're on the balcony or sat on the seats to the right, get onto the Southgate social media. And every penny raised through this silent auction goes to our fantastic charities on the day. So please do support it, and we're trying to raise as much money as we can. Also for those in the stands, keep using the bar behind you if you need refreshments. It eases congestion in the clubhouse. Folks, a huge thank you to our army of volunteers.
Well, just whilst the two teams come back, just to go through which three charities are receiving the money. Brilliantly donated and accepted today, the Worldwide Cancer Research, the North London Hospice. And this is a hospice especially close to Southgate Hockey Club, as their women's third team captain Caroline O'Brien sadly passed away there earlier this season from cancer. Following the event, of course, following this event, members Ella Duffy, I hope I pronounced that right, and Lewis Hollett will be running the London Marathon, and also the Southgate Sport and Leisure Trust, which maintains the infrastructure here at Southgate and keeps developing Southgate Hockey Centre for current and future players in this superb club in North London. Oh, now, ball stolen back for Old Loughtonians. Quan Brown there. And it goes Southgate's way. And a reminder of the score, Andy, it is currently Southgate 1, Old Louts 0.
Just watching that movement for Old Loughtonians, the physicality early in the second quarter that was a feature that crept into the first quarter. We're seeing it straight away. I think Old Loughtonians are going to try and impose themselves more on this Southgate defence.
Fleet does well, moves the ball into James Thomas. Down the line from Harvey Edwards.
That's Lockery, who's taken it a long way and got a free hit in a dangerous position, just outside the circle, 5 metres out.
Lockery scored against Canterbury last week. Seems to be struggling with injury this week, though. Keeps just pulling up. In fact, it was Kaplan, who looked to be in pain. Now, down goes Middleton to the turf. Birkin leaves the ball alone. Easton to Brown. Aerial ball. Lovely takedown from Easton. And then the breakaway from the number 9, Gilmore. Good powerful run from Heaver.
Now, did that flick up onto a leg in that? Obviously the umpire was well placed, but it looked very close to a body.
I'm not going to call that from here, Andy.
Not blessed with X-ray eyes just yet.
More positive manoeuvres forward from Old Loughtonians in this second quarter. They are just 1-0 down. Quan Brown's penalty stroke after Middleton had threatened to opening the scoring off the end of a penalty corner. Quan Brown stepped forward and the older magician doing the business. Now Gilmore tries to steal. Brown is there, gliding over the turf, never under pressure. Lovely ball. Up ahead is Danny West. Good pace down the right-hand side. Birkin's found his way to the edge of the circle, and Old Louts will breathe a sigh of relief.
That was an example of Southgate speedily moving through the gears from their own 23-metre line almost to the baseline in 2 to 3 seconds. They can do it, but they have been choosing to build softly so far and choose the right moment to attack with an aerial. Speaking of aerials,
Gilmore does very well, left the Southgate player to take the ball down. Rob Gill it was, and then picked his pocket. Meccano wants the ball. Doesn't get it yet. Southgate keep it short. And to play it goes the way of the home team. Will be happy to come through this first section of the second quarter. Still with a clean sheet. Good battling from Gladman. Nice once again from the youngster. Great hands. Excellent from the number 15. 18 years of age, current England under-18 player. And then Loffrey, scored, I believe, on debut back in 2014. Made his debut against Spain. Green card has been shown. And it's Meccano who's making his way to the sideline. So Southgate will be down to 10 players. Has become more diligent, Andy, since that career Japan game in the Men's World Cup recently, where suddenly 12 players ended up on the pitch. Always count once, count twice.
Count 12.
Southgate will restart on the right-hand side of the pitch. What a club day this is, Super Saturday. Beeson does well. West, former Loughborough Students player, wants support, wants options forward. Brown finds Beeson.
We're about halfway through that 2-minute suspension, and Southgate have handled it fairly well up until now.
Gilmore has the ball, goes on to his reverse, turns back onto the open side and flashes the ball wide of the mark to ironic cheers from the crowd. But Andy, very impressive from Gilmore how he picked up the ball. Maybe though should have gone strong side to the side of the pitch where he had support.
I was looking at Gilmore earlier on in the game, and he's starting to come into it more and more.
And Harvey Edwards, very busy player, the number 18. It goes Gladman and Old Lought's way into the circle. Lovely hands again from Gladman. Did so well to open his body up there.
Trying to bustle all the way through that 5 players at once and nearly did it.
Brown is offered by Spallini. Quan Brown once more. Stellini again just looping away, allowing space to open up for Farini. The aerial ball thrown down towards Meccano, who gets the call, and off he races. Up to Hamilton, top of the circle. Lovely offload, Meccano. Oh, great again from him. Old Loughts, it found a foot off Loughrey, and it's a penalty corner to Southgate.
Loughrey not happy at all, but I think he blocked the ball with his leg, kneeling on the ground. I don't think there's a lot he could do to argue against that. Also, we're back up to a full complement of 11 players as well.
Third penalty corner for Southgate. Jack Tranter looks across at his team, who are his penalty corner defensive unit, getting their protective gear on. This time over goes Julio Farini to inject for Southgate, who have Meccano. Meccano is on the left-hand side and Brown on the right-hand side. And it'll come from Farini. 40 international caps for Italy. Meccano, long drag. Tranter saves into his midsection. Hamilton's there. Tranter's trying to get the ball away and can't. Meccano, another penalty corner.
That could be the biggest scramble I've ever seen from a penalty corner. That was astonishing. That was absolutely astonishing. Full commitment from both sides.
Well, Tranter did well there not to, in the umpire's view, stop Southgate playing the ball. Eventually it squirmed out and a penalty corner was given. Brown, right-hand side as he looks at goal. Meccano will be the option once more. Long drag and through Tranter, who looks down and readjusts his pad. Meccano scores the goal that doubles Southgate's lead with a lovely drag flick.
Incredible power. Going off the goalkeeper's pad, not unlike in the previous game.
And it's a goal for Southgate's goal machine, number 16, Teague Meccano.
Underway with Danny West. Meccano has 12 international goals. And Southgate with a great opportunity. Meccano just missing it off the pass from Vivek Donga. And now the Southgate fans make some noise.
They are absolutely loving this. 2 goals to the good, and they're hoping it's 3 points closer to a potential promotion.
And it's Vivek Donga who is getting the attention of the crowd at the moment. He is known, of my research, as the Wizard of Winchmore Hill. Very skillful from everything I've read. Great to see the youngster play. Goes into the circle. Go Old Loughtonians once more. Savas Haji Giorgio delighted with his defence's work this time.
Southgate really need to be conscious that 2-0, they can't start to relax.
Good pressing that time from Old Loughtonians. Lily the closest to the ball, but it goes out for Rob Schilling for a free out, leaves it to Quan Brown, who of course can send down some rockets in terms of aerials. Goes flat this time and it's picked up very, very well by Thomas. In fact, it was Heaver, excuse me. Andy, the biggest issue, we've mentioned the numbers and I'm not going to go on about it, but you see half the number on the white shirt and then you lose it on the purple section.
Welcome to the wonderful world of commentary.
Well, at the moment it's Southgate 1, Old Louts 0. Sorry, Southgate 2, Old Louts 0. Meccano and Quan Brown, the goal scorers for Southgate here on Super Saturday. Vivek Donga can't find a way through that time. Goes in search, stooping down to try and steal. Birkin was there as well. Lovely turn and drive. Lilly is up ahead. George Lilly offering. Already seen some exceptional. Play from Loughtonian forward, and Birkin gets lucky that time through Dan Jackson, who didn't get low enough. Towards Donga, out of play, Southgate ball.
Old Loughtonians are still looking very, very good indeed. Southgate need to be on the mettle to make sure that they keep that clean sheet.
Good ball across from Rob Gill to the right hand side. Southgate ball, Ty Walker. Brown. Gill. Good ball paces from Southgate. Good transitioning. And then Old Louts get the decision in their favour. Edward Fleet not happy that he had been called back. Loffrey. Watson to Loffrey, who has continued his run well. Good ball across, good tackle. And Brown can set Southgate off. It's becoming very open game now, Andy.
Indeed. Just looking back on that most recent passage of play, I think Lockray would be a little bit disappointed with that. I feel like he was caught, or certainly impeded a tiny bit on his way towards the edge of the circle, but that wasn't spotted by anyone. And he's certainly not walking in the best of movement right now, as the ball's going to come across to him.
Here is Lockray once more. Brother plays for Bath Buccaneers. Schilling. Inside pass, missed its mark. Instead it found Dan Jackson. His partner, I believe, is captain of the Old Loughtonians women's team. Into the circle. Finds Andy McGregor, but the ball can't find anyone in a white and purple shirt. Southgate will be happy to keep Old Louts at...
Just looking at that on the replay there. Definitely wide of the upright, but certainly another statement of intent. There's much, much life in this game.
Under lights, Saturday the 4th of March, Donga. Good from Southgate yet again. Donga comes in to try and keep them moving forward. Can't quite do so as Fleet clears the lines from Old Loughtonians' point of view.
Just watching now where the ball is. You can look at the space that Southgate have got to work in. There's that forward ball now.
Into the circle it goes. Tranter kicks it as far as Rob Schilling, the American international, former international. Brown pulling the strings. Now there's danger for Southgate because Old Louts have the ball forward, but look at the ball now. That's going to be a 10-minute yellow, surely. He's connected, diving with the Old Loughtonians player, and I have a feeling Southgate will be down to 10 players for a significant passage of play here. He dived for possession. He took out the Old Loughtonians player. It is Rob Gill, and the umpire, though,
in trouble here.
Doesn't seem to be. Now he goes to his pocket. Under the rules of the game, as I understand them, Andy, if you dive for the ball, make contact with a player, it's a yellow card and an automatic 10-minute yellow.
Well, this is what the umpires must be discussing. They're in conference on the far side of the field. It must be said as well, off camera, there's attention being given to the player on the ground. It could be the collision, it could be a little bit of carpet burn as well, it could be a combination of the two. So there may be some delay until we see the outcome of this.
Well, Tom Watson looks concerned. He stood there next to the umpires. We hope the player on the ground is okay. Try and get confirmation of exactly who it is. What was your view of the challenge there, Andy?
I think, well, both players were in full commitment to get the ball. Old Loughtonians were on the charge. They picked up the loose ball and were heading towards the 23-metre line, but it looked like Rob Gill, who was the player who was really chasing. Harvey Edwards is the player who's now coming back to his feet. And with that in mind, here's the replay. I think we're going to see that was the play out.
Clearance. As far as Schilling.
Here we go. There's the loose ball. Look at that full commitment.
For me, that's a yellow card, Andy. Clear as day. Not to use the pun on your surname.
It's all right. I've had absolutely everything over the last 44 years. But
my surname's Strange, Andy. Strange and Day. It sounds like a
solicitor's firm.
Third tier solicitor's firm, doesn't it?
I'll take that. Well, we will see the outcome of this. The umpires are still in conference and having a good chat with the Old Loughtonians players. Does look like that Harvey Edwards seems to be okay, and now the card is about to be delivered.
No, it's not.
Or not. Certainly there was a hand to a pocket, and then maybe it's just deemed a fair challenge. Firm one, but fair.
Yep. That is the first time in a long time I've seen that interpretation of the rules. The player diving and making contact is normally an automatic 10-minute yellow. Not on this occasion. Southgate remain with 11 players. Lovely offload. Hamilton, left-hand side of the circle. And then, rather disappointingly, just dribbles the ball out of play. Lochry.
Just for those of you watching along at home, Dan's just brought his binoculars out as well. Something else for the commentary arms race.
I tell you what, it's not because we're a long way from the pitch, it's these
I'll go and say
black
it. You can
on
say
purple. Jackson, Joey McGregor down the line. And again, picked up by Schilling.
Look for all the world that the ball was going to strike Quan Brown on the leg, but it somehow bent away from him. It's incredible.
Watson under the arm. Lockery. This all goes Southgate's way. Cheers from the Southgate crowd. Meccano. The hit ball wasn't a good one. Immediately into the attack. Go Old Louts once more. Gilmore couldn't keep control.
Sydenham's ball into Gilmore was the right option, but didn't come at the right pace for Gilmore to get it. Approaching half-time, what would you say to the two teams as we get into the half-time break?
Well, Southgate have had a good 20 minutes or so through the two quarters. Danny West there getting penalised, but it's about keeping the discipline. And for Old Louts, they've got to link something up in the top third of the pitch.
They have looked promising in attack, but they've not really had that cut through in the circle that certainly Old Louts would want to have had.
Watson's looked impressive on the ball.
Certainly, they look very promising on the edge, but they haven't made any clear-cut scoring opportunities. Maybe this is their opportunity here.
Southgate and Brown trying to keep Old Louts outside the circle. They do just that. Southgate with Gill, aerial ball right-hand side. And there goes the whistle, and Southgate have the lead. The music plays. The Southgate fans here will be cheering because it is currently Southgate 2, Old Loughtonians 0, and Southgate, the home team, are in the ascendancy. It's time for the entertainment of half-time.
Ladies and gentlemen, there is now time for some refreshment, but also don't go too far because we've got the second of today's Corny and Barrow Crossbar challenges coming right up as our contestants make their way to the top of the D with head of fine wine himself, Mr. Will Hargrove. And all Old Loughtonian committee members, club captains, you are warmly invited to come to meet our president, Dick Beecher, in his presidential corner where there is some pork and fine cheese awaiting you. You're very welcome. And in fact, all Old Loughtonian supporters, we're thrilled that you're here cheering on your team at Southgate Hockey Centre. Thank you so much for coming. Housekeeping notice, please, folks. If you've got a kit bag that's currently lying languidly in the clubhouse, please can you return to the clubhouse, retrieve your bag, and put it in the free kit store, which is just downstairs in the changing rooms. It's quite busy in the clubhouse. We need the space. Please retrieve your bag, take it downstairs, and simply put it in the kit room. Thank you so much.
That's a high one.
That's a
GDN Fitness and Hockey, Europe's first hockey-specific gym, is here to support your club with a year-round strength and conditioning programme called Club Member.
Our aim is to build strong, robust and injury-free players. We understand each player has their own approach to fitness, so we've created different training options to suit everyone.
Train at home with GDN's virtual classes. We run 2 classes a week that can be accessed live or on demand in your own time. If you guys prefer following an instructor, then join us for our 6-person group PT with 30 minutes in the gym and 30 minutes on the pitch.
If you had any specific goals, our hockey personal trainers will tailor sessions for individuals, whether it's improving your drag flick or rehabilitating an injury.
Team S&C at GDN, a 2-hour session to coach safe and effective lifting techniques, teach speed, agility and quickness drills, and team building ahead of the season. And finally, a coach day at GDN, where coaches learn how to take a well-structured, evidence-based warm-up to ensure teams are game ready every time.
The elite teams of the club will have to train even harder if they're looking to gain promotion.
We'll provide a monthly periodised gym programme which progresses throughout the season and runs alongside your team training and matches.
The team can follow the programme via our app in their own time, at home or in the gym.
Find training that suits you in keeping fitter and performing better as a player.
Welcome to Club Member.
We look forward to starting the season strong
and supporting the club, the team and the players.
Boo. Jesus Christ, Grant, I thought you were dying.
Language, Rosie.
If you want revolution, you must have slaughter on your mind.
Hey, surprise, surprise, eh? The 2 sides of the same coin. Take my word.
Calling Union Star. Union Star.
There's nothing wrong with me as I am.
What are you asking for? My confession?
Just the truth.
Kwan, 2-0 up at half-time. What were your thoughts on the first half and how are you going to go and get the win here?
Yeah, so we played at our pace. We were not really overwhelmed by the situation and dictated the entire game with and without the ball. So more of the same. Of course, they'll probably come out a bit faster. So we have to make sure we stay level, stay in control.
They're waiting for you. Better go. Well done. Thank you.
Black hat. His name is DJ Wayne Garner, the best DJ in London, the finest hockey DJ in all the world. He's been rocking the tunes all day today. Thank you, Wayne. You're a Southgate legend. We couldn't do it without you. Give it up for Mr. DJ Wayne Garner.
And so the two teams ready to go for the second half. Kwan Brown pretty happy, Andy, with the way Southgate went in the first. Savas, Hadji Georgie just readies himself in goal for Southgate. The umpires are happy. Jack Tranter is happy in goal for Old Loughtonians. It is, of course, Southgate 2. Old Louts 0 at the moment, down on the left-hand side. Will Godfrey, clash of sticks with the number 23. That's Charlie Hamilton. Hamilton has had a very good game today, Andy.
Very much so. That with the sound of those two sticks together, it just summarises the day that we've had. A lot of noise, and I must say I couldn't hear you at all as you were doing your preamble to the second half, so I just...
You didn't miss anything, don't worry.
It's okay. I'm sure you summarised the position beautifully well and set up the second half with a plum.
Here, Southgate come forward once more. Rob Gill, very busy player, Gill. Down the line, or attempted down the line by Cy Walker. Intercepted by Harvey Edwards. Number 18. Good to see him back okay in this second half after that clash in the first. Brown always has space.
It's incredible how he manages to always be in the centre of about 5 players at once and still receive the ball and find a pass 99 times out of 100.
Yeah, very true. Decent will restart for Southgate. Amazing day of action on Super Saturday here at Southgate at Trent Park. Southgate Hockey Centre, money being raised for cancer charities, Worldwide Cancer Research, a local North London hospice, and of course the trust that runs the fabulous Southgate Hockey Centre as Southgate look to break the national domestic attendance record. Brown.
I was able to see the crowds from the field of play at half time, and what you can see on the cameras, as I'll just break off.
Into Hamilton, he's been at the club since 9 years of age, and there is the crowds. And it's a little bit deceptive, as you said, Andy, because if we look over at the grandstands that have been erected on each 23, they're not overly full, but the clubhouse and that side of the pitch is absolutely packed at the moment as Gill comes forward for Southgate.
They've been treated to a very, very good day out, and I think a lot of great food has been eaten and a lot of good hockey has been watched, and all the teams we've seen today on both Southgate and opponent sides have been well supported and well catered for.
Gladman tried to make himself available. Well, in the end, Jackson, I think it was, sorry, Thomas it was, who won the ball for Old Louts. Lovely. Lockery. Harvey. Edwards is up there. Gladman finds the ball onto Godfrey. Kaplan was outpowered that time by Hamilton. And then Hamilton tries to find his way. Couldn't do so. Now Max Heaver eventually loses possession.
Long blast on the whistle, but I think nothing more serious than a free hit there.
Godfrey leads inside, looking for Gilmore. Gil takes it down. Thomas came in, and now Danny West started his hockey at Doncaster, a club that has produced England's most capped, England and Great Britain's most capped, in Barry Middleton, of course. Southgate 2, Old Loughtonians 0, and now to play it goes for an Old Louts ball. Of course, they're not dead and buried yet at 2-0, very much still in the game, Andy, but as we said in the first 2 quarters, Old Louts just need to start linking up in the final third. Lovely
looking at the opportunities. Oh, sorry. Looking at the opportunities that are being provided, this could be the one here.
Gilmore led one way, and the ball went behind him, and that's exactly what we were talking about. Just the failure to link up when it really matters.
Ewan Gilmore was in a fine position there, but the ball was the wrong side for him to take.
The ball sneaks its way through. Godfrey it was. Heaver. Gladman. What a player he's going to be. And Nathan Gladman. Old Louts enjoying some possession in this second half, this third quarter. Gladman with the touch on. And it flashes over the bar of Hadji Georgiou for a Southgate free out. And a warning shot fired by Old Louts.
Just having a look at that on the replay. Lots of power, but some way above the frame of the goal. That's better, I think, because Old Loughtonians have got more players in the circle and look dangerous in doing so.
Vivek Donga picking up the ball, roused the crowd. Julio Ferrini. Birkin. Good from Southgate yet again. One way and the other from Birkin, who then clatters the ball into the back of the Southgate player. It's left alone by young Harvey Edwards. Back it goes to Gill. Lovely movement from Ferrini. Edwards once more. Using the sideline very well. Disagrees with the umpire's decision. And Cy Walker will restart. Middleton. He's had a good game today, Andy. Sort of in the shadows, Middleton, but he's won the penalty stroke. Juan Brown just goes back to make sure there's no danger. Gill. The crowd enjoying and creating a good atmosphere here. Enjoying the festivities.
Very confidently suggesting that they're going to win the league. Well, with the result going the way that it is at the moment, they could be one game away.
What's really unusual, we covered the Southgate women earlier on, who are flying in their league, haven't lost a game, haven't dropped a point, and yet almost they're less certain of taking top spot in the league, despite Southgate men having, of course, lost to Teddington this season. It really is such a close league for the Southgate women's team, with Guildford breathing down their necks. And now, that was goalwards. Donga couldn't quite get on the end of it. Harvey Edwards does so. Next week for Southgate, they're away in Bath. Then away at Bristol on the 19th of March. Next home match, 25th of March against Sevenoaks. Old Louts are at home against Bristol next week. Donga. Search for Meccano was fruitless in the end. Back goes Meccano. Well, Kaplan was asking for more from the umpires than he got. Gill. Quan Brown. Well, the crowd are currently trying to get Vivek Donga to give them a wave. The youngster not obliging at this point, Andy.
No, some players turn out to be cult heroes from the word go, and I think he's certainly one of them.
And here he is on the ball. Driving. Oh, that's a fabulous tackle. Very, very good indeed. Oh, wait. Comes Lockery, I think it is. Aerial ball looking for Old Lough's run of Gilmore. Good tackle, James Thomas. The battle between all the twos, 2 and 22. I think Harvey Edwards making his thoughts known. Good finish, what a goal. George Lilly, I believe it is George Lilly with the goal. And number 5 for Old Lough's on the reverse, and it's 2-1. Old Lough's half the deficit.
Terrific finish from the left-hand side of the circle, and it's the first time that Old Loughtonians have really caused a bit of an overload in front of the goal. And look at that, there's the delivery, and directly into the goal from the left-hand side. Initially, it looked like it may have got a touch, but it will look straight in from here. That's a great angle to see it. Straight in it is. And look at the celebrations from Ewan Gilmore.
Sorry, it was Gilmore, not Lilly. So it's 2-1. And Southgate now are very much in a game here. You mentioned the cheers of the crowd, suggesting the league was theirs. Well, they can't get complacent. Gilmore gets dispossessed by Gill that time. Kaplan dives, finds Gilmore. Watson to the left-hand side ahead of him. Here he is. No, he isn't. Gilmore asks for a flatter run for him. So it's the third quarter. Meccano breaks the challenge, wins the free hit. And Gilmore's goal has cut the deficit. The former Great Britain EDP player. Played 2 seasons at Royal in Belgium. Very nicely done by Middleton. Collected by Stellini.
Just listening to the crowd as this passage of play comes to a close. One of the supporters just shouted percentages. I was partly expecting someone to say 53.6 or something like that. What does that mean, percentages? I think it means play the safe game. The 3 points need to be collected by Southgate.
And down on the left-hand side, Will Godfrey. Old Lough's trying to work the ball out steadily. Sydenham tried to collect, couldn't do so. Quan Brown will take a long time to collect the ball, although the ball patrol was almost too efficient from Brown's point of view there.
Just a tiny bit of game management. You can see the difference in the way that Southgate have approaching the game from being 2-0 up to being 2-1 up.
I thought Stellini had done well there, but Watson disagreed and the umpire agreed with him. Quickly taken by Dan Jackson. Old Lough's tails are up here. Leopold's team enjoying themselves. Jerry Smith, their manager. It's meant to be his last season. Although, Andy, he did say to me before the game, well, you know, if we get promoted, who knows?
Great incentive, isn't it, that keeping going?
Down the line from the goal scorer Gilmore. Out comes Georgiou. Long corner. Oh, that was a really poor pass, and Gladman, there was no way he could put his feet Meccano, off he goes. Lovely hands. Good shielding, protection of the ball. Flat, low aerial. Deemed dangerous. And now, having said it was Old Louts that couldn't link up in the last third, you could angle that suggestion towards the home team. 3D skills are good in the circle, and it's crept in, and it's 2 apiece.
And it's 2 for Gilmore. Beautiful finish. He'd got all the time in the world to pick his spot and put that into the back of the goal.
Well, he set one up last week against Canterbury. He was top scorer at a young age for multiple seasons at Cambridge City, and then does this.
I think a bounce into the ground may have slightly missighted Hadji Georgiou.
Number 9, Ewan Gilmore. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got a game of hockey on our hands. The score, Southgate 2, Old Louts 2.
It is 2 apiece. And Old Louts have put pressure back on Southgate here.
Something to consider. 2-0, they often called it the most dangerous scoreline, and I think it's come true today. 1-0, you're still fully focused. 2-0.
Harvey Edwards sets off to the right-hand side. Watson has got his way into this circle. Ball flashes across. It will be Southgate ball. Of course, Teddington started the day second position, 8 points behind Southgate, who lead the way. Teddington 9 wins, 1 draw and 3 losses. Just that 1 loss for Southgate all season. This, if it stays as it is, will be their first draw so far in 2022 and 23 season. Ball across from Matt Allister, former Banbridge player. Good block tackle by Stellini. Meccano. Offload wasn't a good one. Lockery. Gladman. Quan Brown comes across and makes a very experienced and calm tackle.
Old Loughtonians not resting at all. They're sensing that they're a different team than the one that went in 2 goals down at half-time.
Nice show and go from Andy McGregor. Watson comes across in support. Vesson gives away the free hit. Now moved on by Dan Jackson. Godfrey. Good again from McGregor. It's all Old Louts at the moment.
Very much so. We did speak at the top of the game about this being a derby game as well, and I think the derby element, the pushes and pulleys and the close contact that we saw earlier in the game, that's been replaced, and Old Loughtonians look the better for it.
Gilmore with 2 goals so far. The goals from Quan Brown and Meccano for Southgate. Lovely hands from Watson into the circle. And it's in, and I think it's McGregor who's got it, the number 7. But Old Loughtonians are 3-2 up, will confirm the scorer. But it's irrelevant at the moment, but Old Louts are 3-2 clear.
And looks like the clock has been stopped as well as we watch the replay. There's a sliding, diving opportunity, and the celebration is there. McGregor got the final touch, and the celebration's right on the goal line. We are rolling again, and Old Loughtonians have come from 2 goals down to lead 3-2.
A great poacher's finish from the number 7, Andy McGregor. And there goes the whistle at the end of the third. 2-0 at half-time. 3-2 after 3 quarters, Andy. What a comeback from Old Loughtonians. It is Southgate 2, Old Louts 3.
With 3 goals for Southgate 2. We're just working out the goal scorer of that last goal from Old Loughtonians. Southgate supporters, we need you here. This is a partisan crowd, ladies and gentlemen. As we get going, we need you to rock this joint. We've got the men's 5s, their chanting is already legendary. We've got the men's 2s, the women's 3s, the women's 2s, the women's 1s. We've got to thank the entire club here, so let's make some noise and show your support for Southgate men. Meanwhile, score by number 7, Andy McGregor. Number 7, Andy McGregor, putting Old Loughtonians in front. The score, Southgate 2, Old Louts 3.
Game on, absolutely game on. So this is massively game on here. Oh yeah. Just we've got 17.5 minutes to enjoy, I think. I'm trying to work out. Old Loughtonians looked ineffective and suddenly became very, very effective. What made that happen? They started to link up. They started to...
Here we go, folks. Final quarter about to push back. Keep in mind your MVP.
Welcome back. We're the end of the third quarter. Old Loughtonians, through 2 goals of Ewan Gilmore and a goal of Andy McGregor, have to some degree silenced the Southgate Hockey Centre crowd. Southgate were flying 2-0 to the good after their women's 1s won 5-0 on Super Saturday. And now it's the noisy neighbours who come forward again through Jackson. Lovely offload. Busily from Gilmore. Brown stops him in his tracks. Birkin at full stretch. Andy Day, who would have thought at half time that Old Louts would have the lead, but they do.
I can't quite believe the turnaround myself, looking at Drew Birkin as well, taking the ball and doing some twists and turns in the middle of midfield. Southgate will have been stung by that, as Old Loughtonians clear into distance. It will come back with interest from Southgate, but we were talking off air about what the difference was, and the link-up play wasn't there in the first 2 quarters of the game, but it's certainly come alive in the third. 3 goals in a quarter.
Well, we've talked about player of the match being voted for by the crowds watching. Ewan Gilmore, his impact on the game, as through goes the number 5, Jose Hurtado. Gilmore's impact on this game has been ginormous. You said about link-up play, Old Louts found him, but a lot to do on his goals. McGregor with the poacher's goal for the third. And now Old Louts come forward again, and it flicks up in the air towards Gilmore. And off he goes, with Gil next door to him.
This game feels like there's more goals in it as the run comes in from Connor Kaplan.
Ball across, dangerous. Jackson frustrated, but the call was pretty obvious. Meccano. Now a chance. Birkins to the right-hand side. He'll get the ball with... No, he won't. Farini up ahead of him, and that is the sort of opportunity that Southgate linked up on in the first half and haven't in the second.
In the first half, they had the golden touch, and that's deserted them in the second half. They need to find that magic again, and quickly, if they want to try and get back on level terms. Time is ticking away.
Gill finds Quan Brown, former Canterbury player, of course. Lovely turn from Middleton. A tall player, Middleton. And he turns and wants the connection forward. Bounces in and out through Hurtado. Don't forget, 9 points the difference between these two teams coming in today. A win here for Old Louts would make it 6.
More like it from Southgate.
Danny West, always positive, always tricky. Some nervous faces around the ground here on Super Saturday at Southgate Hockey Centre. Hurtado. Oh, what's that hit? Penalty corner given. which means it must have been going wide unless Tranter had it covered.
I wonder if we'll see better on the replay as the umpires are into conversation. Definitely penalty corner confirmed.
I think what Tranter's saying was it was high, but it was onto the shin guard. I think it's a penalty corner because it was going wide of the mark, but then not dangerous because it was only at shin guard height. Birkin and Meccano. Hesson and Hurtado to stop. Brown to the left. Danny West to the right. What a time for a goal here for Southgate. It's going to come to Meccano, looking for his second. A big old deflection off the number one runner. Well run.
If this was the first quarter, that would have nestled in the back of the net, you feel.
Brown finds Gill. Gill immediately to the right-hand side. Inside it goes. An Old Lout's ball. And a slow play down in no rush at all. Godfrey gets forward, gets the ball well. Harvey Edwards just stopped a little bit in front of him. Godfrey. Good offload to Kaplan. Lovely ball through Gladman. Oh. Takes the ball just outside the circle. Edwards trying to find a way into the circle. Around Hurtado, who tackles exceptionally. No, he doesn't. The whistle goes.
Old Loughtonians really turning the screw here, looking for a fourth goal. I think the crowd aren't too happy with the umpire.
Gladman had to take it 5 into the circle. That's a very good tackle from Hurtado. Gladman with a shot into Tyson. It was going goalwards, given for danger, I believe that. Unless the umpire thought it hadn't gone 5. Well, number of errors.
Game starting to get a tiny bit stretched now. Team starting to make mistakes as the fatigue really starts to set in.
Juan Brown, ball down the line. Hamilton had drifted in off the wing, which he'd been sat on for about 30 seconds or so. And Southgate again just failing at the moment to connect as they would want to do. Ball down the line from Godfrey, not a good one. Cy Walker, Southgate chasing something out of today. A magnificent day for the club, but Southgate Hockey Club men's ones will not want to come from it. Fruitless. Cy Walker, what a tackle again from Gilmore, and away he breaks with Watson ahead of him, cutting inside Julio Farini and a free hit.
Game management starting to creep into this final quarter as Old Loughtonians taking just about the right amount of time to restart, slowing Southgate down, reducing the opportunities to get back into the game.
Down the line. Kaplan wins the free hit. Again, the crowd don't like it. It is 2-3 in favour of Old Loughtonians. Watson, 2 players around him. One of them's Walker. Whistle goes the way of the red and black of Southgate. Just some concern from the Southgate fans here, you know, after all the festivities of today. So away once more comes James Thomas. Watson, he's up high. The white and purple in no rush, as you would expect, Andy.
That's the way to do it. I was watching the run of John Stellini at Southgate attacked
Now Watson has to be given his space here, takes the ball down. Brown comes in, who had given him 5, and grabs the ball away. And now the chance, stroke of luck as Kaplan missed that one. Here is Stellini. Good tackle from Kaplan, but Stellini can take it quickly. Brown, what can Southgate throw at Old Louts towards the end of the 4th quarter? Meccano. Good tackling. Brave stuff from Old Louts here in defence.
Indeed, I think this is an opportunity for Southgate to camp around the edge of the circle, find a route through, put the pressure on Old Loughtonians. They need to move forward though, they can't have the ball here, it's got to be in the 23, I feel.
Gill. Straight ball, probably should have looked for Cy Walker, who had a lot more space. Over to the right-hand side. And all these extra whistles and extra moments help Old Loughtonians. Godfrey with the aerial ball. Kaplan has made a fabulous run. He's isolated. Eventually Watson gets in support. James Thomas too, who overruns it. And Southgate get the ball back. Time ticking away. Middleton doesn't rush. Where's the goal coming from, Mr. Day?
I think Southgate have got to press harder and higher up the field of play. You can see Old Loughtonians are keeping the ball away from their own half at the moment, and as soon as it enters, they've won it back. They've played a blinder in the second half.
Watson breaking forward. Middleton comes across with a crucial and exceptionally timed tackle from Jack Middleton. And then away he goes in possession. Poor pass allows Gladman to gobble up possession for the Old Loughtonians.
How many more rolls of the dice will there be for Southgate in this final moments of the 4th quarter?
The structure's there for Old Louts. Godfrey offering it on the left-hand side. They go right. West tries to cut off as Middleton can't quite cut that one out. Brown across to try and shut the door on the left-hand side as he looked at the play. Into the circle it goes. And it's got in. And it's Harvey Edwards, I believe, with a 4th. Edwards or Sydenham will confirm. But it's 4-2 to Old Louts.
Looks like the final touch of the game. No. Thought the umpire had blown full time then for a second, but no, we are restarting. There must be enough time left.
Sydenham with the goal, the number 19, not the number 18. It's 4-2, and Old Louts have turned this around from 2-0 down. I have commentated on a few games this year, mainly involving Germany, where they were 2-0 down and fought back.
And there was a goal for number 19, Matt
Most thrilling was the World Cup semi-final, where they did just that against Australia. But this is some comeback. Southgate have taken off their goalkeeper, Savas Hadji Georgiou, to have 11 outfield players. Old Louts have done the business in this second half. They've linked up the play and they've taken their chances.
With a neutral hat on, we've been treated to 6 fantastic goals over the course of the game. All of them at the left-hand side of the field as we're looking at it, and all of them really, really impressive finishes as well. We've seen some penalty stroke brilliance, we've seen some penalty corner brilliance, and we've seen some great close control and finishes as well. Be difficult to pick a goal of the game out of all of that. One more quick push as well. MVP on social media, who stood out for you? Who's had the best game? Who's made the most difference?
Ball lifted into Farini. Hamilton tries to break a tackle. Schilling. A pass down the line. Crash ball across from Stellini. It goes Old Lout's way. It will remain Southgate 2. Old Loughtonians 4. Well, Sydenham took the 4th goal well.
Well-timed shoelace tying moment there. Just creep another couple of seconds off the clock as well.
Harvey Edwards it was, 19 years of age, but showing experience beyond his years to do that.
No one ever ties the shoelace in the 3rd minute, do they?
Time ticking away as Old Louts look like they're about to break the hearts of Southgate on Super Saturday. Lovely ball. What a ball that is. It's just going to drift away out of play beyond Harvey Edwards, who was scampering after it. And now Hamilton tries to work the way to Meccano, does well. Godfrey is going to be carded here, green card given. Southgate waste the opportunity to break forward, which to a degree sadly sums up the second 2 quarters, the 3rd and 4th quarter I should say, for Southgate.
Sometimes in the world of commentary and analysis, people go too far overboard and say, oh, Southgate, the wheels have fallen off. That's not the case at all. Southgate haven't played badly at all. The truth here is that Old Loughtonians have suddenly found the magic that's made everything click.
And that has quietened Southgate down, as you say, completely agree. It's put the pressure on the team in red and black. And there, Bison, out of play it goes. Old Loughtonians have looked fairly comfortable actually towards the back end of this second half. Aerial ball down the line, searching for the run up top of Gilmore. Schilling. Clever ball. Birkin didn't read it. Well, as you said, Andy, there will be an online vote for player of the match. For you, though, who would you give it to? No fence sitting. I want an answer.
Yeah, it's really tricky. If you look at the first half versus the second half, you could pick 2 completely different players. I'll give it more thought and let you know in a moment. As
again, Rob Gill getting entangled with Sydenham, who's been shown a yellow card. Sydenham goes for a sit down for Old Loughtonians, who are down to 10. Wide of the mark on the reverse from Hurtado. It remains Southgate 2, Old Loughtonians 4. Hope you've enjoyed all the action from Super Saturday. There's the long hanging aerial ball, and now the opportunity, and it is a 5th, and it is game over. Old Loughtonians have picked the pocket of Southgate, and they make it 5 goals to 2, and it's the number 18, and it is him this time, Harvey Edwards.
what a game this is. If people still buy DVDs, this will be in the club shop at Old Loughtonians on Monday morning.
I think from Southgate's point of view, it might be in the bargain bin, though. Sadly, after a very good first half, they've been outplayed in the second, and Old Louts have scored 5. A half to forget from a Southgate point of view. A half to remember for the purple and white of Old Loughtonians, who have come here on Super Saturday to Southgate Hockey Centre, and having been 2-0 down and looking fairly ordinary in the first 2 quarters, Old Louts have hit 5 in the second half. It finishes Southgate 2, Old Loughtonians 5.
What an incredible game. We've just heard over the tannoy. It's a record-breaking crowd.
Record-breaking crowd. That's what we all came for, to set the benchmark for the English Domestic League attendance record, to give other clubs something to aim for. That was what Southgate said. It's all for charity. Well, Old Loughtonians have snatched away 3 points from Southgate today, but that's only part of the story. It finishes at Trent Park, Southgate 2, Old Loughtonians 5, and it's a comeback win. 2 for Gilmore, 1 for McGregor, Sydenham and Edwards. Put Southgate to the sword in the end. So let's have a look back at the goals. Quan Brown stepped up, penalty, stroke. Tranter went the wrong way after some wand waggling from Brown with his stick. Then Meccano, lovely drag flick. Tranter blamed his pad after that one. It was a very fine finish though, powerfully done from Meccano. 2-0. Southgate were looking comfortable, the league leaders. Gilmore in the third quarter, drilling past Hadji Georgiou to make it 2-1, to give Old Lout some hope. The team in third, aiming for a comeback, and it got better moments later as Gilmore again weaved and found the ball into the bottom corner for 2 apiece. Then McGregor dived in, a poacher's goal to make it 3-2 as Gladman celebrated, and Old Louds took an unlikely lead at that point in the game. Well finished by McGregor, driving the ball past Hadji Georgiou. Then the floodgates slightly opened. Sydenham finished underneath Savas Hadji Georgiou. Well finished by him, finding the gap between elbow and body, and wheeling away at 4-2 to Old Louts. Then the aerial ball in. Harvey Edwards won the foot race and finished with aplomb. Southgate 2, Old Loughtonians 5 here at Trent Park. We're just waiting for Andy Day, who has wandered down to try and get an interview with either Quan Brown or Lee Ibble. There is the Old Loughtonians bench. Mr. Ibble deep in conversation underneath that duvet coat and beanie. A phenomenal performance for Old Louts and for their season's hopes of promotion, of course, out of the South Division of the English Hockey League. They currently move up to 30 points. It will all depend on how Teddington go. Southgate sit on 36. Old Louts have closed the gap to 6 points between these two teams. Next up, next week at home, University of Bristol for Old Loughtonians, away in the West Country against Bath Buccaneers for Southgate. Attendance record set, all the effort worth it, but no points coming for the Southgate men as it did for the Southgate women, who scored 5 against brave Bishop Stortford earlier on. Now I can see Andy Day is pitch side. He's trying to attract the attentions of someone. We'll just wait for confirmation of who he will be talking to as all the players head off towards this magnificent clubhouse here. If you've never been to Southgate Hockey Club and you're not part of the club, come along, come down. It's a fabulous setup, great infrastructure, a couple of pitches, marvellous clubhouse pitch side. So rare in this day and age. There are still a number, but it is rarer and rarer all the time. All the coaches seem to have disappeared on Andy Day. I'm hoping might even collar a player. None of the Southgate players want to have a chat at the moment. The crowd stream either away or towards the club bar. A great fundraiser, World Cancer Research, the North London Hospice, of course supporting the Southgate, the legacy of the Southgate Women's Threes captain who sadly passed away due to cancer not too long ago. Marathons being run in her honour too soon. A fabulous cause. Fabulous causes having money raised for them by Southgate Hockey Club.
Brothers.
Andy Day has now made his way right the way over. And he's got Quan Brown. I think they're going to have a conversation. Over to Andy, who's with Quan Brown, the Southgate coach.
Have one shot in the entire half, so we control both with and without the ball. So we're pretty comfortable with how we were playing. So we had a really outstanding first half, went 2 goals up and was in complete control.
What, any change at half-time? Was there a change of plan?
No change at half-time. It was just staying level, not getting overwhelmed. And what happened in the first 5-6 minutes on the crowd side, the players started taking on a bit too much, turnover, a counter-attack, and then they just the momentum build. So we just it's just one of the things, I guess, of learning about playing in front of crowd, of just staying with your game, and it's one of the things we were really hoping then come and get us. And then defensively, because of it, we weren't great. Didn't work our legs well in the tackle. We had 2-3 very easy eliminations, and they got the goals. I think they scored probably the first 2 or 3 shots straight away.
With that in mind, anything for next week to work on, or is it just going to be keep the same plan that's been successful so far?
Oh yeah, no, the way we've been playing has been brilliant. You can tell by our goal difference, it's really good. We had occasional games where we let up defensively, so maybe the focus might be really working hard on our deep defense. But yeah, generally we've done really well. So yeah, I think this week will be more on defending.
Thanks very much for your time.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thanks indeed to Quan for his time. Well, I hope you've enjoyed our coverage of Super Saturday here at Southgate Hockey Club. Congratulations for all the hard work, the likes of Alistair Watley, the club secretary, who's worked tirelessly to put this event on. They broke the attendance record, they set the standard for others to now chase, and what a fabulous little inter-club competition that could become. The National League domestic attendance record is now official. Well, it wasn't the result Southgate men's ones wanted. Old Loughtonians fighting back from 2-0 down to take it 5-2. Congratulations to them. The local derby and the 3 points head back along the M25. Thanks for being part of Super Saturday at Southgate Hockey Club, and we'll see you all again very, very soon.
GDN Fitness and Hockey, Europe's first hockey-specific gym, is here to support your club with a year-round strength and conditioning programme called Club Member.
Our aim is to build strong, robust and injury-free players. We understand each player has their own approach to fitness, so we've created different training options to suit everyone.
Train at home with GDN's virtual classes. We run 2 classes a week that can be accessed live or on demand in your own time. If you guys prefer following an instructor, then join us for our 6-person group PT with 30 minutes in the gym and 30 minutes on the pitch.
If you had any specific goals, our hockey personal trainers will tailor sessions for individuals, whether it's improving your drag flick or rehabilitating an injury.
Team S&C at GDN, a 2-hour session to coach safe and effective lifting techniques, teach speed, agility and quickness drills, and team building ahead of the season. And finally, a coach day at GDN, where coaches learn how to take a well-structured, evidence-based warm-up to ensure teams are game ready every time.
The elite teams of the club will have to train even harder if they're looking to gain promotion.
We'll provide a monthly periodised gym programme which progresses throughout the season and runs alongside your team training and matches.
The team can follow the programme via our app in their own time, at home or in the gym.
Find training that suits you in keeping fitter and performing better as a player.
Welcome to Club Member.
We look forward to starting the season strong.
And supporting the club, the team and the players.
Boo. Jesus Christ, Grant, I thought you were dying.
Language, Rosie.
If you want revolution, you must have slaughter on your mind.
Hey, surprise, surprise, eh?
The two sides of the same coin. Take my word.
Calling Union Star. Union Star.
There's nothing wrong with me as I am.
What are you asking for? My confession?
Just the truth.
I'm going to try and not get emotional about this because I am actually quite sad that this is my last game.
We'll just have a couple of minutes, then we'll get out on the pitch.
Let's finish this season on high. And let's set yourselves up for a good season next year. But yeah, no, last game of the season.
let's enjoy it, yeah? Don't take that 50% shot. Let's make sure we've got a short retain it, pass it around, get yourself off, get a train, decision making on, let's just manage the side. We're in a strong position. All we're looking to do, get results. Just have patience, perspective, 100% effort all the way through.